Good morning. Good question. Do you know what if this Marquez pool is connected to this red case? We can take the bill.
Judge, I'm ready whenever this court is ready concerning the Ashley Hairston case.
Okay.
Are we going to go on the record or no?
Yes.
Okay.
We call case number 2305, case number 6101, for the same issue versus Ashley Harrison, defendant charged in count 1 and 2, assault with executive weapon, count 3, weapons from firearm, count 4, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Once again, may it please this court, Anthony Lewis, 43876. On behalf of Ms. Harrison, I would waive her appearance.
All right. What's your pleasure, counsel?
And Your Honor, I have had a chance to speak with the complainant who did appear on Zoom in a breakout room. He did indicate to me that, in fact, he has completely moved out of the home that belongs to Ms. Hairston, and he gave me a new address that he is located at. So I certainly have no objection to the bond being amended so that Ms. Hairston can return to her home.
Is this gentleman still interested in going forth with the charges?
Your Honor, I did ask him that, and he said no.
So why are we going to waste time with these?
Okay, so yes, Your Honor. So I will indicate that I did ask him that, and he indicated to me that he would not be appearing for the date and time that I mentioned to him. So I'm putting that on the record right now. So if there is a motion by Mr. Lewis at this time to dismiss the case because of that, I wouldn't object.
Mr. Lewis, got your time?
No, Judge, I was waiting for you to give me permission. Judge, then certainly I would make this motion to have the matter dismissed at this time then.
Court will dismiss this matter without prejudice.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
So that frees up the August 30th at 11:45.
No, they ain't calling you.
Are you ready, Mr. Dillard?
September.
Probably September. That's perfect. Okay. All right. Probably something.
Yeah.
Tell mom she's probably watching.
Please come, please, pretty please.
Hold on. So she can see. Go ahead. Say it again.
Hi, Peach Cobbler, please, pretty please. Lord have mercy. Okay,
Hopefully she's sorry.
okay. See you
Can I hang up now or?
Mr. Pace,
Yes.
you're all set, sir. Thank you.
Oh, okay. That's why I was making sure. I didn't know if I can hang up yet. Okay. Have a great
Yeah,
day.
the case has been dismissed at your
Okay.
request.
All right.
Mr. Shaft,
Yes.
Morning, you're here on Hughes.
I'm on Hughes. I was just going to rename myself.
Lane County Jail. Where'd you go?
No.
Can I have Mr. Hughes, please?
Yes, you can.
No.
Okay, we're ready.
Calling case number 2305-846301. People of the state of Michigan versus Corey Hughes. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree, 2, domestic violence.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Brian Schaff, on behalf of Mr. Hughes, B 68271.
Mr. Hughes, tell us your name for the record.
Corey Juwan Hughes.
What's your pleasure, Mr. Shah?
Your Honor, we're going to set up for exam, and if you want to do a Zoom exam, that's fine. We're more or less doing it to see if the victim in this case shows.
The defendant will be brought over, sir.
The victim. But yeah, if whatever the court wishes to do.
We'll set the matter for preliminary examination on August 30th at 10:30. That'll be in person.
Okay, and if I could address bond.
Okay,
Your Honor, the victim in this matter is the defendant's wife. They have 2 children together. My client is not currently living with her. He intends to go inpatient at Salvation Army to address a drinking problem he has. So if the court would consider maybe a personal bond.
what's the
Yeah, I know it's a
current
serious. I believe it's currently 100,000, 10%.
Ms. Graham?
Your Honor, I wouldn't object to a reduction, but I would object to a personal bond.
Mr. Hughes,
Yes.
how much can you post to get out?
And now I can't post anything because I had to cancel a lot of my contracts because I'm a photographer. I do weddings, so I had to cancel and give it to somebody else because I was in here. So I had to cancel to get out. I was just trying to basically just get some help because I have a drinking problem. Now, that's the only reason why I'm in here right now, because of my drinking. I'm doing it on my own. I'm not doing it because the court asked me to do it. I was on my way to Salvation Army before the situation even happened.
Okay, Mr. Hughes, in your honor, I don't think he's a flight risk. He's lived in Michigan his whole life. I know it's a serious charge, but.
You get out, where are you gonna stay, sir?
Salvation Army, the alcohol, the AA.
And he does have a residence with his brother in Detroit.
Yes, yes, I have a residence with my brother also.
They have inpatient at the Salvation Army,
Yes,
residential,
excuse me.
residential.
Yes,
You get to stay there?
You can't go out unless you have. You can't leave there. It's just residential. You stay in there 24/7. Unless you have like a serious doctor's appointment or something like that, but nothing like you can't leave.
You've been there before?
A long time ago, but it's gotten worse. But so I decided to go, but I didn't stay long enough like I should have.
So I'll do a $10,000 personal bond with the tether, as well as an alcohol tether. No contact with the complaining witness.
I can't afford $10,000 right now. I mean,
I said $10,000 personal bond.
okay, that's fine.
But you got to get a tether, sir.
Yes, excuse me? You break it
So
up.
we're a tether as well as an alcohol tether.
Okay, I agree with that. If you can
Thank
do
you, Your
that.
Honor. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Can I have a break room with my lawyer, please?
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
You're all set. Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. So I didn't recognize your name. I had no idea you were an attorney. You might want to put attorney before your name, so I know that.
Yeah, but I thought they'd at least acknowledge that I checked in at 8:30. Yeah, I was just recently retained on that matter, and who represented him? Assigned counsel?
Yes, Mr. Noakes.
Okay, is Miss Moynihan still around? Can I get in a chat room with her?
No, she's not.
Okay. What do you suggest I do? I'll get in my appearance, but it looks like the matter's been called and disposed of.
Hasn't been disposed of. We set it for a preliminary examination on August 30th at 10 o'clock. Does that date and time work for you?
Well, I really would have requested probably some time to get discovery from Miss Moynihan and
We
adequately.
can get discovery to you today.
What?
We can get discovery to you today.
Okay, is there a number that I can reach her at so that I can provide her with my email address, et cetera?
That's your case, Ms. Drain?
Yes, yes, it is.
Prosecutor that's on that case is Ms. Shelley Drain.
Oh, okay. May I speak with her then in a breakout room?
I need to know if this date, August 30th at 10 o'clock works for you, sir.
Yeah, hold on. Thank you. Yeah, if I get discovery immediately, it works for me. Would it be 8:30,
August 30th at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? Okay.
What's your P number, sir?
13744.
We're one of the first attorneys, huh?
Yeah, it was in the late 1800s.
All right. A pleasure to meet you, sir. I'm gonna put you in the breakout room with Ms. Drain real quick, okay? Don't keep her all day because we have work to do, okay?
But thank you.
Go ahead and join.
Your Honor, Attorney Joe Dillard on Mr. Wright. Could I have a breakout moment with Mr. Wright, please?
I'm not able to do that right now.
Okay.
I have to wait on Ms. Drain to come back. Are you on both cases, Mr. Dillard?
Your Honor, I have an appointment on the on case that is the weapons and domestic violence.
Both of them are weapons and domestic violence. Are you on both cases or just one, sir?
I only, as far as I know, only have the one. I'll double check the records and see if I'm on the other one as well. I just got the assignment the 22nd, later on in the 22nd, so it's just been a couple of days. Do you have a case number for the other case, Yana?
I don't know, which one are you on? You're on the one ending in 6320? In 6320632?
One moment, Yana. 6320.
Okay, the other case number is 200 600
600
4401.
4401. 600 4401.
Yeah, 200 600 4401.
I'll find it. Give me a moment, John.
There was an attorney appointed for it.
All right, Mr. Fronczak.
Yes, Your Honor.
How would you wish to proceed, sir?
Well, discovery is being forwarded to me, so I guess we'll proceed with the date that you've given me, Your Honor. And I will talk further with the prosecutor after I get the discovery. So it looks like we're back on track, and I'll get in my appearance.
Did we call the case yet? Oh, that was on. Yes, yeah. So you're good with that date, August 30th at 10 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see you on that date then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dillard, on right. Yes, Mr. Allen, you have your hand raised.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm outside the courtroom. I wasn't aware that I was supposed to be on Zoom, but I'm outside your courtroom.
Okay, we're just waiting on your attorney, sir. Have you talked to him?
No, I have not.
Or something else. Just tell them that. Words. That's it right there first.
Joseph Dillard. Mr. Hughes, you're all set, sir.
Okay. Excuse me, my lawyer left because I want the break room with me.
He's gone.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Be gone.
Mr. Dillard, why do you keep playing peekaboo with me? You have to unmute yourself, sir.
It looks like that's a Douglas Mounds that may be the attorney on the other case, Your Honor.
Okay.
The roll call be on in 5 minutes.
But let me,
Case number 2006-063201. People of the state of Michigan versus George Wright. The defendant's charged in count 1, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 2, assault with advantage to weapon. Count 3 and 4, weapons, felony, firearm. Count 5, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender service notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Joseph Dillard, P37225, on behalf of Mr. Wright. Your Honor, I have not received any discovery as of yet. I just got appointed to this case on the 22nd in the late part of the day. I'm requesting an adjournment of the PCC.
And Mr. Dillard, I just sent you an evidence.com link, which contains the paper and digital discovery.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so now that you have the discovery,
Your Honor, I would still like to speak to my client. The last notice that I had, and when I was looking it up, was that he was on $5,000 personal bond. I see here he's in custody, and I would like to have an opportunity to speak with him in person. So I'm
guessing he's
requesting,
probably waiting on the tether.
pardon?
I'm guessing he's probably waiting on the tether. Is there
So-
a possibility this may resolve itself short of an exam?
Your Honor, again, no communications with Mr. Wright. I'm in a position, I'm not in a position to comment. So again, I would like to be able to speak with him, and also if I can speak loud and give you my phone number as well, I'd appreciate that.
In the county jail.
Yeah, I understand that, but hopefully the discovery will have contact information. But if it doesn't, then I'm going to be in a blind zone, and I would like to avoid that.
Again, he's in the county jail, sir.
Yeah, I understand that, Your Honor. I don't know if he has access to a pencil or not. Pencil and paper.
Yes, he does, Your Honor.
Okay.
My telephone number is 248.
One moment, sir. Go ahead.
248-227-0177. My email is dillardjlaw@gmail.com. That's DILLARDJLAW@gmail.com. And that's for my name, Joseph Dillard. And and Mr. Wright, if you can give me a call as soon as you're released, I'd appreciate it. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'll be looking for a call from you.
I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to August 29th at 8:30.
One moment, John, and let me confirm that date. Your Honor, I'm scheduled for a jury trial that day.
8:30?
I'm sorry?
At 8:30?
Well, this is a PCC, so that'll be okay, Your Honor. And I'm scheduled for the jury trial at 9.
So I will get here early.
Your Honor, could we do it for the 31st?
No, sir, I'd rather keep it on the 29th.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, do you understand that date is the 29th, and it'll be on Zoom?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
You too. Thank you, Ms. Drain.
No problem.
Mr. Drain, at about 9:40 or so, I'm gonna have to step away.
All right, thank you.
Back until about 10:30.
Okay.
Bring the young man in, or leave him on Zoom? You want me to bring him in or leave him on Zoom? Oh.
Mr. Goldfarb,
Good morning, Your Honor. I apologize for being late.
you're here on Allen, correct?
Yes, I am. I see he's on Zoom.
He's on Zoom and he's in my hallway.
That's what I understand as well, Your Honor. I was informed of that. I apologize. I could have come to court.
Okay, let's call.
Calling case number 2305-846201, real estate mission versus Kenneth Allen. Charlotte County, weapons fire, possession by the county, count 2, weapons felony fire, second offense notice. Count 3, domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender for defense license.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up there. Could you repeat that, please, Madam Clerk?
Defendant is charged in count one, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count two, weapons, felon, firearm, second offense notice. Count three, domestic violence, second offense notice. Defendant has a habitual offender, fourth offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Your Honor, John Goldpaw, P 30758 on behalf of Mr. Allen. Good morning, Mr. Allen. Would you please put your name on the record?
Yes, Quentin Allen.
Thank you. Your Honor, I never received the petition in this particular matter. I did, however, it seems that Ms. Drain has tried to send me some of the discovery, but I still haven't been able to retrieve that. If you could resend that, Ms. Drain, I'd appreciate it.
I will do that.
Thank you. And I have not really had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Allen, so I would appreciate either if we could put it into a breakout room, or if he could give me a call, or I can get his phone number, since I got no contact information whatsoever.
Mr. Allen, give Mr. Goldfarb your number.
Give me 1 second. It is 313-348-3931.
And your address, Mr. Allen, I don't have that. As I said, I got no.
Okay, why don't you call him for that, Mr. Goldfarb?
Okay, I'll get all that information. Your Honor, understanding that, can we put this PCC off for about a week or so? So I can get the discovery and discuss this matter with him.
Is there a possibility it may resolve itself short of an exam?
It's possible, Your Honor. As I said, I don't even have the charges at this point in time.
I'll adjourn the probable cause conference to August 29th at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Allen, I'll be giving you a call, and then we'll discuss this matter, okay?
Oh, okay, and the next day is August 29th.
August 29th, but I'll be talking to you, and I'll have the discovery by then. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Drain. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I may-
Apologize.
Thank you.
I may call you a little bit later if it's possible.
Okay, that'll be fine. We'll get together sometime today. I'll be here. And again, Your Honor, I
Okay.
apologize for being late.
Thank you.
Okay,
That'll be on Zoom, okay?
Okay. Well, I didn't give you no information.
thank you, Ms. Drain.
This is a stone that's on. Open. Here's mine.
That August 29th,
Yes.
and the Zoom 360-234-0002.
All right. Mr. Mons.
Morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here on right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, apparently I just received this assignment across my desk this morning. I thought I timed out on the previous one, but I did have a chance to talk with Mr. Wright.
Let me call the case, sir.
Yes, sir.
Calling case number 2006-004401 for the state Michigan versus George Wright. Defendant is charged in count one, weapons, firearm possession by felon. Count two, assault with a dangerous weapon. Counts 3 and 4, weapons, felon, firearm. Defendant has a habitual offender or
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Douglas Mons, P40916 on behalf of Mr. Wright.
Okay, so Mr. Mons, Mr. Wright has two cases. Mr. Dillard was assigned to the other case, and you're assigned to this one. Mr. Dillard asked the case be adjourned to August 29th. the probable cause conference adjourned to August 29th at 8:30. Does that date and time work for you as well?
1 second, please. August 29th is fine.
Okay, so August 29th at 8:30, please be timely because Mr. Dillard is in trial. So I'm gonna try to get to him first.
8:30? Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't
Right.
we continue?
Thank you.
Mr. Rojas, we're still looking for an attorney for you. We're yet to locate one, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put your case over till tomorrow. Give you an opportunity to speak to the attorney that will be assigned to you, okay?
I didn't hear you. What you say?
So we're trying to find an attorney for you, sir. We're yet to locate one, but we're gonna put your matter over till tomorrow so that we can get one for you to talk to, okay?
Okay. I have a question. I still gotta go. I still got a court in person on the 28th next Monday.
I'm sorry?
I still do got the court day on Monday in person.
Court date on.
No, you don't have a court date, not with me on Monday.
Okay. So I just wait till tomorrow for an attorney.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, you're all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're pushing our exam back to 10:30. I got it.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to verify Mr. Rojas was adjourned to tomorrow.
Yes, we have to find him an attorney.
No problem, Your Honor. That's all we have for you today, sir.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good day.
Too, sir.
And I think I'm all set now.
You did what, Shelley?
I think I'm all set with the PCCs now.
Yes,
Right.
you are. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank
Bye.
you. See you tomorrow.
So she's going to.
I'll be with you shortly. Arnita, did you get that for me? For that Whitfield? You need a readout for the, you're supposed to give me a case number. Oh, for that, I called over there, they said they put it in the system, but I still need paperwork to make sure that the. So you have to do the order out. Right, but I need you got a case number for it? Oh, so you just need the information from on that paper. You want me writing on your paper? You have the paper, I gave it back to you. It was a witness, right? Yeah, my good piece. You got any witnesses on? Let's see. If you look in the attorneys. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Midnight. We're all here too. Oh, Your Honor. Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
The McKnight kit is ready to go. We don't have an attorney on the 10 o'clock. We want to go ahead with the 10:30 case first.
I was ready for that.
Yes, sir. I'm not certain. I can try.
Okay, yes,
There'll
we
be
can
one
do
with
the
this
10:30.
date, so when you have another date, and then the defense and private, or the defense attorney will find out. She's in the first room on the right.
Okay.
Second.
It had, yes, except for like 140.
Okay, so what I will do is I'll have to put, copy it into my system.
Okay.
Redact it, and then resend it.
No, that's fine, that's fine.
But yeah, I was going through everything.
No, see, I printed it, I stopped at this was like, okay,
Oh, yeah, that's.
and then everything else was like white.
Come on, guys, let's get ready.
In the corner, and that was the only things on the page. Only thing on the
Okay.
page.
Like, so,
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, we still waiting on Ms. Woodson?
I
Yes.
am, she did call me earlier this morning to notify me she was going to be late today. She probably should have did try calling before. I don't believe she got through with anybody.
I have some things I can do until she gets here.
Okay, I know there's a CSC exam. Would you prefer to run that one?
Yeah, we're gonna do that right now.
Okay.
so what's your name?
My name's John Bell.
Calling case 2-3-579-85, people of the state of Michigan versus Jeffrey Jerome McKnight. Defendant is charged in count 1 home invasion, first degree. Count 2 criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 3 criminal sexual conduct, first degree during felony. Count 4 criminal sexual conduct, third degree, incapacitated victim. Count 5 criminal sexual conduct, third degree, multiple variables. Defendant has a habitual offender second offense notice. Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sloan Hold CC on behalf of the people, P83923.
And may it please the court, neighborhood defender service of Detroit by Jeffrey Kenneth, P64800 on behalf of Mr. McKnight. Sir, state your name.
Jeffrey McKnight. It's time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
We are, Judge, and just for the record, we did appear yesterday. We're holding half of the exam today with the complainant, and then the second part of the exam will be held in, I think it's 2 weeks with the OIC.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
we said the date, I don't remember the date offhand, but we can pick a date for that.
All right.
Thank you. The people call your Beth Walker.
Ma'am, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over here. Have it? Okay, please raise your right hand. Over here, ma'am. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Just pull that door open, have a seat, speak into that microphone that'll be to your left, nice and clear for us, okay? Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yvette Walker, YDETTEWALKER.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Walker. Do you know an individual named Jeffrey McKnight?
Yes,
And how do you know him?
he's my second cousin,
Okay, and how exactly, what side of the family is he related on?
fathers.
And can you describe that, I guess, familial connection? What, how is he your second cousin?
He's my uncle's daughter, son.
Okay. And can you describe the nature of your relationship? Are you guys close?
Who, with him or
With Mr. McKnight?
no?
Roughly how many times would you say you've interacted with him?
4, 5.
So I'm gonna take you back to May 12th, 2022. Did something happen to you that day that brings you to court?
Yes,
And where were you that evening?
at home,
And what is that address?
15360 Winter Street, Detroit, Michigan, 48227.
Okay, and is that in Wayne County?
Yes,
And what was going on that day at your home?
I was celebrating my 3rd birthday.
Okay. And what do you mean by celebrating? What did that entail?
Just having drinks at the house.
Okay, did you have did you have people over the house?
Yes,
Can you describe what kind of gathering it was?
just social.
Was there a lot of people or a couple?
Maybe 5, 6.
And who were those individuals that were at your residence?
My daughter, her boyfriend, my baby, my daughter's father, Mr. McKnight.
And what is your daughter's name?
Orlando Williams,
So she was there?
correct.
Okay. How many children do you have?
5,
5. Were all of your children present?
no,
How many of your children were present?
just 1,
Okay. And that was Orlando Williams?
yes,
And you indicated that her boyfriend was also present?
yes.
Okay. Did you invite Mr. McKnight yourself to your celebration?
No,
Do you know who did?
my daughter,
Okay, and that's Orlando? Sorry,
Orlando,
Orlando.
uh-huh.
My apologies, Orlando. Around what time did the celebration begin?
maybe about 4 o'clock.
Okay. Do you recall what time Mr. McKnight would have, appeared at your residence?
7, 8, I really don't know.
Okay. And that's okay if you don't know. Do you recall having any interactions with Mr. McKnight at the actual celebration portion of your, at your home?
No,
Did you ever talk to him?
hi, maybe I spoke to her, maybe.
Okay. Did you ever dance with him?
No,
Were any advances made between you and Mr. McKnight that evening? Or during the actual celebration portion?
what you mean by advances?
Any flirtation, anything?
No,
And you mentioned this was your birthday celebration at your home. Were you consuming alcohol?
yes,
Okay, do you recall how much alcohol you had consumed?
a lot.
A lot, okay. What were you drinking?
Some gin, maybe,
Okay. Was everyone drinking at the party?
that I recall.
Do you recall at what point the celebration ends or is winding down?
No, I mean, because I usually go to bed early.
Okay.
I'll be the first one to, leave.
Okay, had people left by the time, you were going to bed?
My daughter's father, he had that.
Okay, do you recall who was at your home when you were going to bed?
My daughter and her boyfriend.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Mr. McKnight at that point when you were going up to bed?
No,
Okay, are you aware of whether or not he had left at that point?
no,
Okay. Do you recall around what time you would have gone to bed?
maybe 9.
And can you describe what your home layout looks like? Where would your bedroom be in comparison to the rest of the home?
Where we were in the basement, and then it's the first floor, and then it's my bedroom, a bungalow, in the bungalow part.
Okay, does anyone live with you in your home?
My daughter,
Okay,
Lynn,
yeah, during that time, which daughter was that?
Janisha
Okay,
Lewis.
and you mentioned that your bedroom is on the top floor.
Correct.
Okay. And so when you went to bed, You indicated that you had only seen your daughter, which would have been Orlando and her boyfriend.
Correct.
Okay. And so do you do anything to get ready for bed?
Yeah, change into my pajamas,
Okay, and can you describe what your pajamas would have been?
long t-shirt, gown.
Okay. And at that point, when you went to bed, can you describe whether or not you were intoxicated?
Very.
So once you're in your bed, what is the next thing that you remember?
Being woke up
Okay, and how exactly are you woken up?
by, Mr. McKnight giving me oral sex.
Okay, so let's take a step back. Where exactly are you in your room at that point?
In the bedroom, I mean, in the bed.
In the bed, okay. And so when you wake up, what is it that you see?
I see a man with a bunch of braids in his hair.
Okay. And what is he doing at that point?
Oral sex,
Okay, so what part of his body is touching yours?
his mouth,
His mouth to what part of your body?
my vagina.
Okay. And did his mouth go past the outer layer or outer lips of your, go into the outer layer, outer lips of your vagina?
Yes,
Okay. And at that point, do you know who it is? Can you see who it is?
no,
And so what do you do in response?
I grabbed his hair
Okay, then what?
and pulled him up.
Then what happens?
I asked him who it was.
Okay, and did you get a response?
He said, you know who I am. I still didn't recognize him.
Okay, what was the lighting like in your bedroom at that
Dark.
time? Okay, and how would you describe your state of mind, like when you woke up? How was your head, or I guess, how were you feeling?
Well, I was kind of confused because I was like, well, did I invite somebody over here? I mean, I didn't
Okay,
know if I was that drunk and invited, somebody over here.
okay, so at that point, you didn't necessarily know what was happening?
Right.
Okay. And then at some point, do you kind of, do you piece together what's going on?
Yes,
And who is it that you see in your bedroom?
Mr. McKnight.
Okay, and do you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Can you please identify where he is sitting or what he is wearing?
yellow shirt. Oh, sure.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant as Mr. McKnight.
So noted.
Thank you. And so once you, I guess, come to and are understanding as to what's happening or who that is, what happens next?
I told him to get up.
Okay, does he actually get up or does he do something else?
When he get up, trying to put his, keep his penis in my vagina.
Okay, when you say trying to, does he actually penetrate your vagina or he does not?
A little bit.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I need you to just be a bit more specific. When you say a little bit, is there any entry of his penis into your vagina?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say a little bit, does that refer to the amount of time that was happening or that happened? When you mentioned a little bit, was that in reference to the entry or the amount of time that it happened for?
Well, I still have him by the hair.
Okay,
So as I'm pulling him up, he's, I don't know if he had his pants down or whatever, but he's getting in a position to, to put it in.
okay,
I mean, yeah.
okay. And so how are you positioned on your bed at this point?
On my back,
Okay, and how is he positioned in comparison to you?
on top.
Okay, and then at some point you indicated he does actually penetrate you.
Yes,
Okay, what happens after that?
I pushed them off.
Okay, and do you say anything to him?
I get out. I guess I was saying get out at the same time.
Okay. Is he saying anything to you?
I can't recall.
Does he actually get out?
Yes,
And do you say anything to him before he gets out?
I'm telling everybody what he did.
Okay, and what was that? What exactly are you referring to?
I said, I told him that he raped me.
Okay. Did he respond to that?
If he did, I don't remember what he said.
Okay. And how are you feeling when this happened?
Scared a little and, like vulnerable or used, taken advantage of.
Okay, and why do you say that?
Because he took advantage of me because I was drinking.
Okay. And you indicated earlier you had a thought of like, did I invite someone over? Do you recall whether or not you would have invited Mr. McKnight over into your bedroom?
No.
Okay. Do you remember, what time it might have been that he left your bedroom?
It was before 12 o'clock. It was like 11, something like that. Because it wasn't officially my birthday yet. I do remember that.
Okay, because when is your birthday?
May 13th.
Okay, and this was the evening of May 12th?
Correct.
And after this happened, did you disclose to, or let me take a step back, I'm sorry. Did you see Mr. McKnight again at all that evening?
Yes.
And what did that look like?
He left his phone.
And how did you know he left his phone?
He called it.
Okay, did you answer that phone?
Mm-hmm.
And who was it?
No. He called my phone.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
did you answer your phone?
Yes.
And who was it?
It was him.
And what was he wanting?
His phone.
Okay, did he come back for his phone?
Yes.
And where was that phone?
It was in the bed.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And did you have any sort of interaction with him when he came back to get his phone?
Yeah, I handed it to him.
Okay. Did he say or do anything to you at that point?
No.
Okay. Did you say or do anything to him?
No.
And then once he leaves, what do you do?
I locked the doors.
Okay. Do you know if anyone was at your home at that time? Do you recall seeing anyone?
It wasn't.
Okay. Do you know if your daughters were home or in their bedrooms?
She wasn't, because I locked the door.
Okay.
She couldn't get in.
Okay. And at any point, did you disclose to anyone what happened to you?
Yeah.
And who was that? Who did you tell?
The first person I told was my daughter.
Which daughter is that?
Trevisa Walker.
Do you mind spelling that for?
Traeisa.
And when did you tell Teresa?
That Friday.
And at some point, did you share this with other family members as well?
Yes.
After this incident, did you go to get a sexual assault examination conducted?
Yes.
So the sexual assault examination would have been a rape kit. Did you do a rape kit?
I didn't do a rape kit.
Okay. Did you go to the hospital immediately after the sexual assault?
No,
Okay, and why is that?
because I went out of town on the 13th.
Okay, the 13th would have been your birthday.
Right.
Okay, and who did you go out of town with?
With your visa.
Okay, and is that the point in which you shared what happened to you?
Yes.
Okay. When you come back from out of town, do you go to see any medical professionals?
Yes.
And when do you go to see them?
On 16th.
Okay, so that would have been about 4 days afterwards?
Yes, that Monday.
Okay, and why is it that you go to see a medical professional? Do you have any concerns?
Yes.
And what were those concerns?
Any sexual transmitted disease.
Okay. And when you went to the hospital, did you identify that you had been a victim of a sexual assault?
Yes.
And what did you tell the doctors, if you recall?
I told her that I wanted to get tested for venereal disease because I had unprotected sex.
Okay. And after this incident, did you see Mr. McKnight again, or did he appear at your home at any point?
Yes.
And when did he do that?
I think it was that Friday, the 20th.
Okay. Did you want to see him?
No.
Did you actually interact with him when he came over?
No, I never saw him.
Okay. So how do you know he was there?
My daughter came to the door, and my daughter, Janisha, answered the door.
Judge, I'm not asking anything of what anyone told her. I'm just asking how she would have known that he was there.
By them telling her.
Not often to the truth of the matter asserted, but as to why she believed he was there, I'll take it for that purpose.
Thank you. Sorry, answer, you may answer.
My daughter answered the door.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm actually gonna take a step back very quickly. When the incident happened on the evening of the 12th, at any point did you reach out to Mr. McKnight and tell him to come back to your home?
No.
Okay. At any point did you re-invite him to your home?
No.
Okay. So when you went to bed at that point, you had not seen Mr. McKnight?
Right.
Okay. So do you make a decision to report this to the police?
Yes.
And when do you do that?
Maybe two to 3 weeks later.
Okay. Can you explain to the court what caused that delay or what you were, what was going through your mind at the time for, waiting a couple weeks to report it?
Pressure from the family.
What do you mean by that?
My sister and daughters was telling me I needed to make a complaint, that it was rumors was going around, different stuff that was being said, because they had spread it on both sides of the family that end. And they was just pressuring me to just go make a complaint.
Okay. So did you want to make a complaint?
Not really.
Can you explain why?
I didn't want to get him in trouble. I mean, he didn't hurt me. He left, you know what I'm saying? Some mistakes. I mean, that's the way I look at it anyway. But, he's my cousin and I just wanted the problem to go away.
Okay. Did you think what he did was wrong?
Yes.
And what's the reason that you're here today then?
Because he was wrong.
Okay. And did you want to engage in any sort of sexual contact with him?
No.
Okay. Did you ever consent to having sex with him?
No.
Even after you were woken up, did you engage in any willing sexual act with him?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Judge.
Questions there?
Ms. Walker, if I ask you a question and you don't understand it, just let me know how to phrase, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Walker, have you been convicted of a crime involving theft and dishonesty in the last 10 years?
Yes.
Now, on this date, you indicated you were using alcohol, okay? You indicated you were quite drunk, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you use any recreational drugs, marijuana, anything along those lines?
No.
Or do you or were you taking at that time any prescription medication that could affect your memory?
No.
Now, you said everybody kind of came over to your house about what time?
I would say about 4.
Okay. And then what time did Mr. McKnight show?
8, maybe.
Okay. So he came later in the party, correct?
Correct.
You had already had a substantial amount to drink at that point?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, you were intoxicated to the point where when you woke up in bed, you couldn't remember if you'd invited somebody over or not, correct?
Correct.
Now, you indicated that my client came back, or you believe my client came back on May 19th to your house, correct?
That Friday.
That was, or maybe you said the 20th.
Mm-hmm.
That day, when he came back after all of this, and you talked kind of to him through your daughter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at that point, when he came on that day, is it fair to say you had not been drinking?
Correct.
Okay, so you were clear-headed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you had the man that you believe had sexually assaulted you at your house, correct? When, that's based on what your daughter told you, correct?
You said I did one now?
You had the man who had sexually assaulted you previously was at your house.
I had him.
He was there, correct? Your daughter told you he was there, correct? Okay, so he was at your house, correct?
Correct.
Did you call the police?
No.
Okay. So after the party, was that the night before then you left for when you went out of town?
Yes.
Okay. And what day of the week was the party?
Thursday.
Thursday. So then that Friday, that next Friday, the 13th, you left for out of town, correct?
The next day.
The next day, okay, with your daughter, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How long were you gone?
To this Sunday.
Okay. And then when did you go to the police?
June 20th, somewhere around here. I don't, it was the end of June.
Now, you said that when you decided to go and talk to the police, that there was family pressure, correct?
Right.
Okay. Now, when you went to the hospital before you went to the police, correct?
Right.
Okay. And when you went to the hospital, you told them that you had unprotected sex, and that's what you were concerned about, sexually transmitted diseases, correct?
Right.
Okay. You did not tell them that you were sexually assaulted.
No.
Now, do you recall giving a statement to the police, a written statement? You
Yes.
sat down with the detective. Do you recall being asked the question, did anything else ever happen? And giving the answer, no, the rumors started to pop up.
Did I tell the police that?
Yes, sure. Let me approach her, okay? Take it down to this. The first page, can you just review, does that have your name?
Yes.
Okay, does this refresh your memory as to giving a written statement?
Yeah.
Okay. direct your attention. Where you asked that question and then given that answer, gave that answer. Did anything else ever happen? No, the rumor started.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So where were the rumors popping up?
Within the family.
Okay. And those rumors, were they rumors about you having sex with your cousin?
Correct.
Okay. So those rumors started, and then you also got pressure from your family to report this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You even indicated when the prosecutor asked you about why you came forward, you said you wanted the problem to go away, correct?
Why I came forward?
You answered you wanted the problem to go away. Is that correct? You just told us that.
No, I don't think I said that.
But you had a problem with the rumors about you having sex with your cousin, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when Mr. McKnight arrived, again, you had already consumed a significant amount of alcohol, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so much so that at some point around about 9, you indicated that you went to bed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall what time you woke up?
10.
Okay. Do you recall what time Mr. McKnight called your phone when he wanted to come back to get his phone?
It had to be like 11.
Okay. So you got up, you were awoken around 10 with Mr. McKnight in bed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then he left, and then about an hour later contacted you about his phone.
Correct.
Correct. How long from when you woke up until Mr. McKnight left your home?
I guess we left before 11.
So the interaction you had with Mr. McKnight lasted for about an hour?
No.
Well, you told us you woke up around 10, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And he left your home around 11, before 11.
Yes.
Okay. So between 10 and 11 is 1 hour, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for about 1 hour from the point you woke up until he left, correct?
He wasn't at my home no more than 15 minutes, if that long.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm asking you. How long was it from when you woke up until Mr. McKnight left?
I don't know exactly what time it was when all that happened, but he wasn't there long. Not even 15 minutes, if that.
And who else was at home when Mr. McKnight was leaving your house?
What time?
When he left at before 11?
No one.
Just you, and then he were in the house. No one else was home?
No one else was home.
Okay. And when he left, did you call 911?
No.
When he called you about his phone, was anybody else in the home?
No.
And then he contacted you and wanted to come pick up his phone, correct?
Correct.
And you told him to come by and get his phone, said it was okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And so then the individual that you had just told to get off of you because they were sexually assaulting you was returning to your home, correct?
Correct.
Did you call the police?
No. I wasn't afraid of him.
I didn't ask you any
I'm
questions.
just saying.
No, ma'am, and there's no question. Now, with what you said that you didn't have any sort of flirtatious interaction with Mr. McKnight, correct?
Correct.
During that night,
correct?
Ever.
Ever, okay. But you also told us that you were so intoxicated, you couldn't even remember if maybe you invited someone over, correct?
Correct.
So it is possible that you don't recall, based on your intoxication, interactions you may have had with Mr.
Never. I never even. I barely even said 10 words to him since I knew him.
That's not what I asked you, though. I asked
No,
you.
I know I didn't.
Okay, so you're confident you didn't have any flirtatious interaction with him despite your amount of alcohol?
Very.
Okay. Wait 1 second. Nothing further.
Can you reiterate?
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I had one more question. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Thank you. If I could approach. I'm gonna have you take a look at this document. Let me know when you've had a chance to review it. That document, is something that you signed indicating you didn't want to press charge. You didn't want to pursue the case. Is that correct? Okay. And you went to the police. This was June, correct? Late June?
Correct.
Okay. So about a month, maybe 6 weeks from the incident, you told the police you didn't want to report. Right?
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing.
You regret?
Just a couple questions, Judge. Thank you. The second time Mr. McKnight came over that you were aware of, did you actually allow him into your home?
No.
Okay. And then on the date of the incident, May 12th, when he came back to get his phone, why did you allow him to come back to get his phone?
I wanted to get his phone.
Okay, what were you thinking of doing at that time?
I just wanted him to get his phone and leave.
Okay, you were indicating on cross-examination you weren't afraid of him. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Where he was it when I told him to get up together, when I asked him to leave, he left.
Okay,
He wasn't violent, he wasn't disrespectful.
okay. When you say he wasn't disrespectful, that's after you were already indicating to him that you didn't want to engage in what was happening.
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I have one based on your questions. Ms. Walker, when you told Mr. McKnight to stop, he stopped, correct?
Correct.
When you told him to leave, he left.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, set the stage for me. You are at your home drinking. It's your birthday weekend, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and you had a number of people over and you guys were drinking.
Correct.
You had maybe a little bit too much to drink.
Correct.
Now, did you go to bed before people leave your house, or do people leave your house and leave?
I usually go to bed before people leave my home.
Okay, so is that what happened this time? You went to bed before people left your home?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you know who left your home?
Because my daughter was there. My daughter and her boyfriend was there.
How do you know that the defendant left your home at the time that she went to bed?
Well, my daughter told me.
But you don't have no personal knowledge. You didn't see it yourself.
No. I don't remember it that before I went to bed.
Okay, so forgive me if these questions sound a little too personal. When you went to bed, did you go to bed with clothes on or off?
I changed into my pajamas.
So you had on pajamas?
Right.
Okay, so you're asleep and then you're awakened by someone having oral sex with you.
Correct.
And you were asleep at the time. Tell me what woke you up.
Oral sex.
Okay, so you woke up and didn't quite know who it was. It was still dark in the room.
Correct. And here.
I imagine I caught you off guard, right?
Okay.
So you say you pulled him up by his hair. You put him up by his hair and you saw that it was the defendant.
I really didn't recognize him then.
Did there come a point in time when you did recognize him?
He told me who he was.
Did you recognize him when he told you who he was?
Yes.
And then at that point, so how were your clothes on? Were your clothes still on? Your pajamas? still on?
Pajamas, yes.
Okay, so how was he having oral sex with your pajamas?
I had a nightgown.
Oh, so the pajamas were at night. Did you have on underwear?
No.
Okay. So. And then you said he tried to stick his penis in, is that right?
Correct.
He was able to get some portion of the penis.
Correct.
And at that point in time, what did you do?
I pushed him off.
Told him to get off of you as well?
Yes.
What did he say, if anything?
Get him?
Did he say anything?
I don't recall him saying anything. I don't recall us really saying anything.
All right, so you said that initially you did not want to press charges because this was your cousin.
Correct.
And it was just sex.
Correct.
And you weren't hurt. Wasn't mean or disrespectful to you other than the act itself, is that right?
Correct.
So you were gonna let it go.
Correct.
And other things, but you're about to go out of town.
I mean,
Have a good time, right?
yes, I mean,
It's your birthday.
it's correct.
Okay, so you go out of town and you tell, what's the name of the young lady you told me?
Trevisa,
Can you spell that for me?
Traveisa. Price.
Her dad name must be Travis, right?
Yes.
Okay. So Trevisa, you tell what happened, and then rumors start to circulate about you having sex with your cousin.
The rumors they start to act, I reported it.
Oh, they start after you.
Right.
Okay, so you told Trevisa, what about your family? They're trying to convince you to make a report.
You said what now?
You said, now I thought that you told us that some family members had convinced you to make a report.
Correct.
Did you tell them about it?
About what happened?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure out how did they know to even tell you the report? So you told them.
I told
So
them
you told them,
before I made the report.
and who are the them that we're talking about?
Told my sister, the rest of the children, my children, my sister, my baby, my daughter's father, my cousin. They was affiliated with him. They was hanging with him. So I told them and my aunt.
You told all these people, then people started to talk.
Right.
About what had happened.
Right.
That was after they had convinced you to go report. Is that right?
That was before I
So
made
the
the
rumors,
report.
the rumors were going around before you.
Before I made the report.
Questions based on my questions?
No, Judge.
Nick?
Yeah, just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Walker, you indicated that, and I'm trying to confirm, I believe I asked you if anyone was home at the time when you woke up in bed with Mr. McKnight, and you told us no.
No.
Judge, I'm gonna object because I don't think this is related to your questions, like, this is just going back to questions on initial class.
My issue is that when you asked her a question, she indicated that her daughter and her boyfriend were there. My notes reflect that when I asked her about it.
I didn't hear her say that.
She said her daughter and boyfriend were home when she went to bed. That was the testimony. You asked when she went to bed, who else was there? She said her daughter and boyfriend were at her home when she went to sleep.
That's not what I heard, Joe, but that's fine. It's not an issue.
Thank you, man. You may step down. Yeah, but what's just gonna happen?
Judge Knox Day, we will be calling the OIC specifically because, the defendant just did an interview, and that's what we're going to be using is, his admissions to many of these things.
All right. The date that you had set to come back was.
I believe it was September 14th.
It's what I had at 10 a.m. That's what I.
That's what I have to do, September 14th at 10 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, Your Honor, Mr. McKnight is on a tether. He does have a job. We were asking if the court would consider amending hours from house arrest he's on now to allow him to work. He works from, generally, he's going to get 7 p.m. at night to 9 in the morning. Give or
Right,
take.
frankly, Mr. Kenneth, this defendant is very fortunate to be on the bond dog, to be in a house, as opposed to a cell.
Thank you, Judge.
Bond continue. Thank you. Do we have people here on the keeping now?
1 second, Judge. I'm gonna find out for you.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge. Have a good one.
Thank you as well.
Okay, so we have an attorney for that witness.
Okay. Here's my little lady bird.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good to see you. Okay. Yeah.
We're ready for this one. Calling case 2358026, versus Eugene DeMarcus McKee. Kennedy is charged with count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 3 and 4 others of firearms. Kennedy has a division within the 4th of July. Hearings for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Bell on behalf of the people, P68673.
Good morning, Your Honor. Meeting Woods on behalf of Mr. McKee, 26870.
Tell me your name for the record, sir. There's date, time, set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many witnesses will it be?
I believe it's only going to be 3.
You have any preliminary matters like for your witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We have multiple stipulations I'd like to place on the record. First stipulation is the identity of the victim, Veronica Ian Smart. Second stipulation, then again, these are for preliminary exam purposes only. That the defendant was ineligible to possess a weapon, convicted of promulgation to second degree, which is a specified felony.
So stipulated for exam purposes only.
Yes, Your Honor.
Court received that stipulation.
Your Honor, we have a stipulation to multiple exhibits. Exhibit 1 is going to be the medical examiner's report in this case regarding the death of Veronica Ian Smart. Exhibit 1A is the medical examiner's diagram. Exhibit 2 is a scene photograph of the location of the victim's body. Exhibit 3 is video and audio of the homicide taken from the home's ring camera video. Exhibit 4 is going to be phone location data showing the location of the coordinates of the defendant's phone, 12:58 a.m. on July 20th of this year. Exhibit 5, defendant's cell phone mapping showing multiple locations on the time of 12:58 a.m. on July 20th. Exhibit 6 is going to be video and audio of the interrogation of the defendant, which will only play about 6 to 7 minutes.
All of those items are stipulated.
Yes.
Code receives those stipulations.
For example.
For example, purposes.
And coordinating all those exhibits.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. That's all of our stipulations.
Can I see Ms. Michon for a moment? Can you get Ms. Michon for me? Ms. Michon?
Your Honor, the victim's family is present outside. Is it okay if they?
Yeah, come in the building. We'll open that.
I believe Mr. Jenkins has prepared a statement and he wishes to read before we proceed.
Prepare a statement. Have you reviewed that statement?
I have not.
Did you advising him to make the statement?
I'm not advising him to make the statement. He wishes to read the statement.
He doesn't get to testify at the exam. All right, Ms. Michon, I appreciate you being early and on time.
No worries.
As you know how these things go.
I do.
We're running probably about an hour behind. So I'm thinking I'm gonna have you come back. I'll have you come back at 1:30, okay?
Okay,
All right, I appreciate you. Thank you.
no
Sorry
worries.
about that.
No worries, Judge. Do we have a prosecutor? I haven't seen Mr. Pitt, so I don't know if his witnesses are available.
I'll let Mr. Pitts know.
Because I would have no problem setting it over for another day if you'd rather, if you're really that backed up, sir.
I'd
I
like to
may
get
be
in today if I can.
All good.
Okay.
Sure.
Judge, I'm not sure, I was called by MIDC to consult a potential witness in this court, and I just want to make sure this is
Oh,
part of the
appreciate
case,
it.
or whatever you need.
Thank you. I think you're on my 1:30.
Oh, 1:30? Perfect.
Yeah.
I'll go grab some lunch.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Back on the record on People versus McKeithen. Ready to call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm slightly out of order. I'm going to call Officer Emily James.
Okay. Would you give your names before we go? Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Please have a seat for the response. You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Morning, Officer James. Can I ask that you spell your full name for the record?
Good morning. My first name is Emily. It's Emily. Last name is James, James.
And Officer James, where are you currently employed?
Detroit Police Department.
In what capacity are you employed?
I'm a police officer.
How long have you worked as a police officer for the city of Detroit Police Department?
Just over 9 years.
You work in a specific unit?
Yes, I do.
What unit is that?
Homicide.
Regarding the case that we're here for today, and Jamie Keegan, are you the officer in charge of this case?
Yes, I am.
Briefly describe what officer in charge of the case entails.
We oversee the majority of the investigation. We put everything together. We take witness statements, review video, review search warrant results, we draft search warrants.
I'm going to kind of get right to the point. Were you working in your capacity as an officer for Detroit Police Department in the early morning hours of July 20th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
Did you have an opportunity to respond to the location at the intersection of Marcellus and Minerva Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne, State of Michigan?
Yes, I did.
And in the early morning hours of July 20th, why did you respond to that location?
We were recalled by squad men like we called for a homicide.
And did you make that, what did you observe when you made that location?
I observed numerous scout cars, police tape. I observed a white sheet draped over the victim, and I observed a deceased dog also.
Start briefly with exhibit number 2. You briefly identified the court what it was exhibit number 2 is.
So that,
And where is her body located?
pretty much directly in the middle of the intersection of Marcellus and Marcellus. It's MAR. Oh.
That was it.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this the location of her body face down in the intersection? Is that how her body was located? The position that her body was located in?
I believe EMS rolled her when they got there, but that was how I observed her when I arrived.
They EMS roll her before or after?
Before.
You identify which direction her feet are facing, the cardinal direction.
That would be southwest, I believe.
As part of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to recover any video or audio of the victim's body?
Of the incident?
Of the incident?
Yes.
Can you explain to the court how you recovered that video?
I received it from the homeowner.
I'm going to show you later the court. This will be exhibit 3, just in a minute. Just briefly, can you identify what exhibit 3 is?
That is the front-facing ring camera of the corner house of Marcellus and Minerva.
Okay, what intersection is this right here?
Going in that direction, that's going to be Marcellus.
This way?
Yes.
And this street going this way?
Minerva.
Thank you. May I play this for the court?
You may.
Sorry, Your Honor. Stop this. I'm sorry, the audio. Officer James, I'm going to back this up a little bit. pause at 26 seconds into video exhibit number 3. Your investigation, were you able to determine the make and model of this vehicle?
Throughout the investigation, yes.
What is the make and model of that vehicle?
It is a Dodge Magnum,
Do you know the year?
2005.
You know the owner of that vehicle?
The victim,
The victim in this case being Veronica Ann Smart.
yes.
Can you describe to the court how you know that is a 2005 Dodge Magnum?
I ran the license, well, first I ran any vehicles associated to her name. And that is one of the vehicles that came in through me.
And then what did you do?
I placed the license plate into our license plate meters and into the flock camera system.
And briefly, what's the flock camera system?
It's a license plate reader system.
And were you able to track that vehicle throughout the city of Detroit?
Yes, it was.
And is that how you're able to determine from tracking the license plate readers that that was the victim's Dodge Magnum?
Yes.
Throughout your tracking of that vehicle, aside from the victim, were you able to determine how many occupants were in the vehicle?
It's believed to be 2.
Is that counting the victim?
Yes.
And how were you able to determine that?
Based off of statements from the interrogation.
You say interrogation of the defendant?
Yes.
Were you able to follow that vehicle after this? Well, let me ask you this: what time and date was this video taken?
That was from July 20th of this year at 12:58 a.m.
And after 12:58 a.m., were you able to still follow that vehicle?
Yes.
And that vehicle made any other stops?
Yes, it did.
How many, was it multiple stops?
Yes.
And did you see anybody other than after this incident, the driver of the vehicle
No.
located in the front?
No.
Just 30 seconds. Stop at 34 seconds in the video exhibit 3. You identified the quote that this is right here. Can you see my? Sorry, can you see the screen?
Somewhat.
Can you stand up? Would that help?
I would have to walk over to it.
Would that be okay, Your Honor?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you. You see where my cursor is?
Yes.
And what is right above my cursor?
That is the victim.
Thank you. Return to your seat. Officer Jeeves, just to make sure it was captured on audio, stated that was the victim's body?
Yes.
Okay. And is that the same location that she was found?
Yes.
Now, throughout the investigation, were you able to locate the defendant, Mr. Eugene McKeithen's phone?
Yes.
And was that downloaded?
Yes, it was.
And briefly show me this exhibit number 4. Can you describe to the court what this exhibit number 4 is?
That is a location taken from his forensic phone extraction.
Okay. And what was the timestamp of this location?
12:58 a.m.
On July 20th, 2023?
Correct.
Okay. And where did it place the defendant's phone at that time?
And Marcellus and Minerva.
The location of the homicide?
Yes.
Is that consistent with the same time of the homicide taken from that rear camera video?
Yes, it is.
Show you keep this exhibit for 5. You identified for the court what People's Exhibit 5 is?
That is a Google Earth map of the same location.
Did you create this exhibit?
I took the locations from the defendant's phone and put them into Google Earth.
And specifically, locate these marks at 12:58. 23 seconds on July 20, 2023, this location right here. Do you identify where that location is?
That is the homicide location at Marcellus and Minerva.
Just for clarification, what street is this?
That's Minerva.
And what street is this?
Marcellus.
The body was found in this intersection.
Correct.
Just so the court is aware, I am going to be seeking to add a count 5 of felony murder based on larceny of motor vehicle. At this time, I don't have any further questions for Officer Hicks.
Cross-exam.
Morning.
Good morning.
So on the video, you couldn't identify the person who got out of the passenger car, correct?
Correct.
And the shooting was heard before the person got out of the passenger side of the car, correct?
I'm sorry?
The gunshots happened before the car rolled and the person got out of the passenger side of the car, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't locate Mr. McKeithen's phone on or with you, correct?
No.
And you didn't have anyone identify him as being at the scene of the shooting, correct?
Correct.
Or identify that voice that was heard as being his.
Correct.
No further.
Mr. Hicks, I have you coming back at 1:30. Did you hear?
I did, Judge. I'm going to talk with the officer in charge of this case.
Okay.
She's also the officer in
Just
charge.
making sure you. Can you redirect?
No, Mr. Hicks, she's all yours.
Okay, thank you. You may step down. Go green, go white.
Your Honor, I would call to the stand Officer Dylan Kenny.
Good morning, sir. Please step forward. Give your name and spelling to the court. Or you have it already? Okay, she has it already. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat with the sponsor. Thank you. When you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Officer Kenny. How are you doing?
Doing good yourself?
You able to take your check?
Kinda.
Looks like. I'll give you a second. Can you state your full name for the record?
Dylan Kenny,
Spell your full name.
Gillion, last name Kenny, Kenny.
Thank you, Officer Kenny. Where are you currently employed?
Detroit Police Department,
To what capacity are you employed?
as a police officer,
And how long have you worked as a police officer with the city of Detroit Police Department?
it'll be 5 years September.
Were you working in capacity as an officer for the city of Detroit early morning hours of July 20th, 2023?
Yes,
In the morning hours, did you have an opportunity to make an arrest of Mr. Eugene DeMarcus McKee?
yes,
Just for clarification's sake, the person that you know is Eugene DeMarcus McKee, and you see him in the courtroom today?
yes.
Can you point to him, identify what he's wearing?
To your left, wearing green.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identifying the defendant, Eugene Marcus and people.
So noted.
Thank you. Officer, where did you first make contact with the defendant?
In Warren.
At what location?
It was a gas station.
You recall what gas station?
I don't recall the name of it. No.
Okay. Why were you at that gas station on the morning of July 20th this year?
Our headquarters surveillance team notified us that Mr. Eugene was inside of the vehicle, that we what they want to stop.
Okay. And what vehicle was that?
It was a black Dodge Magnum.
Probably year?
I believe it was 2005.
Was that the same Dodge Magnum that belonged to Veronica Ann Smart?
Yes.
And were you advised that the vehicle made that location at the gas station?
Yes.
And what did you do at that gas station?
Once we arrived at the gas station, I positioned my scout car behind the Dodge Magnum and then went inside the location.
Okay. Besides the defendant, was anybody else in the gas station?
I believe it was just the worker that was behind the counter.
And what did you do and or say to the defendant inside the gas station?
Once we made it inside the location, we had the defendant get onto the ground.
Okay. Where was he specifically? Where was he at in the gas station?
At the like the refrigerators, so between the refrigerator and the chip rack.
Okay. And did he comply with your commands?
Yes.
And did you arrest him in that location?
Yes.
After you arrested him, did you go back and search that location?
Yes.
And what did you find?
In the chip rack where he was originally standing, I recovered a cell phone and car keys.
And do you know what vehicle did the key belong to?
To the Dodge Magnum outside?
Were they that cell phone and those car keys located together?
Yes.
You described specifically where on the chip rack were they found?
Sitting on top of some chips in the rack.
Was that in the same location where you arrested the defendant?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity, when you picked up the phone, did you secure it as evidence?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to, after you arrested the defendant, to look at the 2005 black Dodge Magnum?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe in the vehicle?
On the driver's side, on the inside and outside, I observed blood.
Where was it located? You said driver's side, but on what parts of the interior?
On like the floorboard, the door jamb, the window seal on the door, on the outside, inside.
After you observed that blood, did you do any further search of the vehicle?
No.
Was the vehicle retained as evidence?
Yes.
And towed?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Cross-examine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Other than receiving information to follow the car and to secure the driver of the vehicle, did you notice anything that would have otherwise directed you to Mr. McKeith's attention?
What do you mean by that?
Mr. McKeith, in other words, the car that you were following, if you had been instructed to follow, was there anything that was going on in the car or with the driver's behavior that would cause you to affect the driver?
No, because we were in the area. We were tucked away in the area.
And did you notice the vehicle prior to being instructed to follow it?
What was that?
When did you notice the vehicle? When you were instructed to notice it, or did you notice it prior to?
When we were instructed to.
Okay, so you don't know if anybody else approached the vehicle prior to you being instructed to follow?
Not me personally, no.
And how close were you to the vehicle when you first noticed it? In other words, did you notice those things were up on the vehicle, or did you notice that you were walking towards the vehicle?
Did you say notice the blood? When I guess when I approached it, like when I was standing near it.
Approached it as in stand here, like you open the door, you're about to open the door, or you're about 2 feet away?
Standing right at it.
Okay. And this is the morning time when you see this, correct?
Yes.
He says it was primarily on the floorboards and then the door jambs.
There was, yeah, floorboard, door jam, like the window seal area.
It wasn't like all over the seats or dashboard or windows.
I couldn't tell.
Oh, thank you.
The redirect. Sir, you said it was daytime, was it daylight, or what was, explain the lighting conditions?
It was daylight.
It was daylight, okay. And when you observed the vehicle, did you search the vehicle at all?
I looked inside of it, but I didn't physically search it.
Oh.
You did that, yeah.
Any questions based on my question?
No, thank you, Ron. No, you're.
Thank you, sir, you may stay.
Thank you.
My next witness will be, Sergeant Jeffrey Banks. While he's approaching into the record, the basis of the medical examiner's report, summary and opinion.
Yes.
It's the summary and opinion of Dr. Cole Crone regarding the postmortem examination of the body of Veronica Smart. Summary opinion for investigation received was a 34-year-old phenotypic male, not female, who was found in the roadway with gunshot wound. She was pronounced at 02:45 hours on July 2023. Postmortem external examination revealed a perforated gunshot wound to the head, with entrance gunshot wound on the superior anti-lace of the right ear. There was gunpowder stippling on the skin surrounding this wound. The wound track proceeded from this injury to the right temporal skull, right temporal occipital lobe, superior cerebellum, midbrain. Left temporal lobe with left lateral interventricular hemorrhage, left temporal skull with corresponding exit wound on the left temple. The wound track was from front to back, right to left, and upward when the body was moved in standard anatomical position. There was no bullet or part of bullet recovered from the wound track associated with this wound for bilateral temporal, parietal, and temporal occipital, scalp, and subgluteal hemorrhage. Fused in subdural and subarachnoid hemorrhage, intraocular, a wrench, small hemorrhage in the pons and medulla, and a cubic fracture of bilateral carpal and basilar temporal bones, bilateral capitarial and basilar occipital bones, bilateral capitarial frontal bones, and left basilar frontal bone. In addition to the gunshot wound, they were confused abrasions on the left medial forehead with underlying midline frontal scalp and subgluteal hemorrhage, nose, left nasolabial hole, and midline lower weakness with extensions to the mucosal surface. There were also punctate abrasions on the chin, contusion on the left superior labial frenulum, and an abrasion of the medial left ankle. In consideration of the circumstance and postmortem examination, it is my opinion that the death was caused by perforated gunshot wound to the head in the manner that was homicide.
We also have a stipulation as to the identity of the deceased victim.
Yes, I placed that on the record at the beginning.
Okay.
Stipulated that the victim in this case was Veronica Smart.
Yeah. Sir, please step forward.
Briefly, Your Honor, I'm just gonna, what I stated was kind of complicated. I'm just gonna share on the screen exhibit 1A, which just points out the gunshot.
Did you give your name to the, please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box. Okay, begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Sergeant Banks.
Good morning.
Can I ask that you spell your full name for the record?
Jeffrey Banks, Jeffrey, B as in boy, ANKS.
Thank you. And Sergeant Banks, where are you currently employed?
City of Detroit homicide.
What capacity are you employed?
I'm a sergeant and the homicide engineer.
How long have you worked for the City of Detroit Police Department?
19 years.
19 years. Thank you, Sergeant Banks. So were you employed in your capacity as a sergeant for the Detroit Police Department on July 21st of this year, 2023?
Yes, I was.
Did you have an opportunity to interview a Mr. Eugene Marcus McKeegan?
Yes, I did.
The person that you know as Eugene Marcus McKeegan, you seen present in the photo today?
Yes, I do.
You want to identify who he's wearing?
He's a gentleman in the green jumpsuit sitting at the defense table.
Thank you. Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identifying the defendant Eugene Marcus McKeegan. So noted. Thank you. Sergeant Banks, prior to your interview, beginning your interview on July 21st of this year, 2023, did you advise the defendant of his Miranda rights?
Yes, I did.
Let me back this up. Where did you interview him at?
Detroit Detention Center.
And you explained to the court the process of how you advised the defendant of his Miranda rights.
I showed him the sheet that had listed all the Miranda rights out. I asked him if he could read and write, asked him his highest level of education. He stated he received his GED and that he was currently enrolled in college. I asked him that if he could read and write English. He said yes. I asked him to read out loud the Miranda rights that were on the sheet. Mr. McKeegan refused to read it out loud, but he responded to me that he read it and he fully understood it. So at the bottom of the sheet, I wrote out that Mr. McKeegan read to himself all the Miranda rights, stated to me that he understood his Miranda rights, but refused to sign the sheet. I asked him to read it. He stated he read it, that he understood it, and he agreed before I wrote it at the bottom of the page.
Did you also advise him to read his rights to him?
I don't believe I read his rights to him, no.
Did you gave him the sheet and did everything that you explained?
Yes,
Did the defendant advise whether he understood his rights?
he said he did.
And then did he proceed with an interview with you?
Yes, he did.
And did he proceed to speak to you voluntarily after he read his rights?
Yes, he did.
His rights?
Yes.
May I ask you just a couple of questions regarding, so let me ask you this, regarding the vehicle in this case, issue of 2005 Dodge, black Dodge Magnum. Did he ever admit to you that he was in the vehicle that morning on July 20th, 2023?
Before we get there, let me report the rest of the volunteer. Yes.
He told you his education level, but you didn't verify that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and when he refused to read out loud, did you then read the instructions to him to ensure that he didn't have to hear them and understand?
No, I didn't.
Sergeant Banks, did he appear to understand his rights?
Yes.
And did he waive those rights and agree to speak to you?
Yes.
So, Ms. Wilson, do you have any issue with voluntary statement for exam purposes?
Not for exam purposes, but I do want to make a correction.
All right, so for exam purposes, the court makes a finding that the statement was knowingly and voluntarily given.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Sergeant Banks, what was his statement regarding whether he was in the 2005 Dodge Magnum on the morning of July 20th, 2023?
He stated that he drove the vehicle to the gas station, parked it at the pumps, that Ms. Smart gave him a bag of change to get gas for the vehicle, and he parked it at the gas pumps, went inside the gas station to get gas, and then was confronted by the police.
Sergeant Banks, was that interview video and audio recorded?
Yes, it was.
Sergeant Banks, can you see people's exhibit number 6 on the screen?
Yes, I can.
Is that video and audio recording of the interview with the defendant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm not gonna play the whole video, start at. This is 7:21, 4 seconds on July 21st.
Okay. I'm gonna show you some pictures.
You recognize that floor mat? Where you recognize the floor mat from?
Does that seat and that floor mat look familiar to you?
Look like the Magnum.
The Magnum? Okay, this is the Magnum. Okay, this is pictures that were taken directly after you got locked up. Right, at the gas station. Remember, at the gas station, they took the car, they took pictures. Okay. What does this look like in the seats, on the floor, and over here? What does it look like to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, what? Yeah, what?
Yeah.
What it look like?
Yeah, look what it look like.
What is that? Come on, don't play. Why you want to play now?
You want to play?
I'm not playing. I'm being straight up with you. You said you want to be
How you
100?
being straight? You said you don't know. That ain't being 100.
I didn't say I didn't know. I said I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean.
Bro, it look like blood, bro.
Blood. Okay, exactly. All right. Looks like blood. Blood on the seat. Blood on the floor. Blood on, what is this called?
The little pillar at the bottom
There you
down
go.
here.
All right.
So all of this in here. Did you notice any of that while you was driving the car?
Absolutely fucking not.
You didn't notice.
You didn't notice any of
Man,
that.
I swear to God, I promise to God I didn't. And if I did, like I said, what I was going to say, it looked like some Kool-Aid, some wine or some shit.
It looked like somebody drip wine.
People spill shit in the car all the time.
All the time.
All the time.
It's
You're absolutely right.
It's Kool-Aid all in my backseat.
Come
I
on,
got
bro.
kids.
She got
But I'm
kids.
just asking you. Before you said it looked like blood, now you saying it looked like wine. So I'm
not saying. I'm like, that's why I said stop playing. Clearly it looked like blood. You just told me she's homicide.
Okay.
Like, I'm not stupid.
No, you're not. We're not.
It seems like y'all want me to say very specific ass shit, so I can put myself on this shit, bro. And I'm not going to. Can I go back to my room, bro? Can I go? Because, bro, you kind of play me like I'm stupid, and I'm trying to keep it as real as I can with y'all.
If you wanted me to keep it real with you, I'm keeping it real with you. Why? You know what I'm saying? Why you getting upset? Because I'm keeping it real with you.
Because this is my life on the line, and I don't play with my life. I'm sorry.
Ain't nobody
I don't play with my life.
Listen, one thing we are not into
Y'all
is the
saying I'm the
business of playing
head.
games.
Y'all said I'm the head suspect in charge. Like, come on now, you like, hey, what you want me to do?
So,
like,
hold on.
put cherry on, like, have a nice day. We'll never see you again, bro.
Do you want me to keep it real with you or not?
I've been asking you to keep it real with me the
But every
whole
time I keep it
bro.
real with you, you get upset. So do you want me to keep it real with you or not?
Can you just do it like all at once so I can get the hell on, bro? Figure out, like, get my head.
Okay,
together.
all right. This is what we do. This is what we're gonna do. You want me to keep it real with you? I'm gonna keep it real with you. But I need you to calm the fuck down, okay?
I'm calm.
I need you to stay calm.
I'm calm.
All right. We here? We good? Okay. Listen, brother. This the Magnum.
I don't understand. I get angry, bro.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to taper that shit. All right. This is the Magnum. This is directly after you got locked up. This is directly after seeing you in the car, okay? This is her blood in the car, all right? This is her blood that's in the car, okay? Let me tell you something else, too, since you want me to keep it 100 with you. It ain't shit you can do out in this motherfucker nowadays without a camera catching you. Them motherfuckers is everywhere. everywhere. Okay? I can break it down to you. I can tell you exactly what you said right after.
Right after what?
Right after she was killed. Remember when I told you it's about numbers or letters? It's about numbers or letters. I'm here today, right now, I'm trying to figure out why.
What did I say right after?
I don't remember. Refresh my memory, sir. I don't. We've been talking for a minute, and we've been going kind of around in some circles, and you want me to keep it real with you. I'm keeping it 100. This is as crystal clear as it can be.
You just said that you can tell what I said right after, and I'm asking you, what did I say right after?
Bang. Bang.
Bay?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said right after?
Now you want to play games. You want me to keep it 100 with you? When is you going to keep it 100 with me, bro? At what point in time are you going to be real with me? Come on now.
I mean, it's just time, bro. I want to go back to my room.
I just want to know why.
If I could give you a reason, like, I'm not that person, bro. Like, I don't know what you think happened, but
just tell me what happened.
I could tell you like this, and if I gotta pay for it, it's cool.
Just tell me what happened then.
Like,
tell me what happened. Tell me what happened.
I'm done talking, bro. I'm done talking. Can I make my phone call? I ain't got no phone call, no shit since I've been in this bitch. Not even a piece of evidence besides some fucking pictures. And y'all want me to do a whole bunch of yapping that I don't know.
You know,
clearly I was in the wrong place, wrong time. Trying to ask somebody else.
I just want to know why, man.
I don't. What you mean? I don't know. You keep asking me why. You're asking me. I cannot tell you why because I don't even know what you're asking me why for.
Remember what my partner said earlier when he first came in? And he said, it ain't just one thing. It's a pile of things. Okay. Remember just a short minute ago, I told you ain't shit you can do without a camera catching you. Okay.
So y'all got everything y'all need?
That's why I'm asking you why.
Okay, so can I leave? Y'all got everything I need. I see on the court.
Good enough.
Hold on a second.
Just give me one.
Thanks for a second. Is that the conclusion of the interview?
Yes.
Just for clarification's sake, is it fair to say there was going to be a period of interview prior to that, the end, those last 17 minutes of the interview?
Yes, it was.
And I need to clarify, in that portion of the video, you were using the pronoun she and her, were you referring to Veronica and Smart?
Yes.
Did you make that clear to the defendant earlier in the interrogation?
Yes.
Are there any further questions for this picture? Cross-examine.
This was the second statement you took from Mr. McKeithen?
No.
This was the first one?
Yes.
You talked to him two times, correct?
That's the only day that I talked to him, that I personally talked to him.
Okay, so the other day, were you present for the other interview?
No.
Okay. And this is the interview that you said you reviewed with the Miranda rights with me?
Repeat, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
This is the interview where you said you went over the Miranda with him?
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't confirm his education or reading background, correct?
I did not confirm his education, no.
Okay, or his ability to read, correct?
He,
In other words, you just went by what he said, yes?
I went over the fact that he said that he read it and he actually understood it.
When he said that he read it, you didn't do anything to confirm that he could in fact read, correct? In other words, the only reason why you assumed he could read was because he told you, yes?
And he responded to certain things that were on the sheet he made reference to, which taught me that he read the lines on there. During the interview, he made reference to things on the Miranda sheet.
What specifically did he make reference to that made you think he could read?
He referred to number one. He said, I read number one, I understand number one. I know, he kept saying, I'm not an idiot, I'm not stupid, I've been in college.
Okay, so when he said, I read number one and I understand number one, did he explain what number one was, or did he just go on to say, I'm not stupid?
He went on to say, I'm not stupid.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step in.
Your Honor, I don't have any further witnesses.
Any witnesses for the defendant?
No, Your Honor.
People?
Your Honor, we will find over all 4 counts as listed in the complaint with the addition of count 5 felony murder under Pact Code 750.316-E, larceny of a motor vehicle. I think there's certainly sufficient evidence beyond our probable cause standards submitted today. The court saw the video of the actual homicide. Here you see the car, the victim's car, driving down the street with a gunshot. One individual gets out from front passenger side, removes the victim from the driver's side, leaves her on the street, and drives off in her vehicle. The same vehicle this defendant was found to be in and arrested on that very later that same morning with blood on the driver's side of the car. His phone and keys were located within that gas station. His phone was downloaded. The exhibits 4 and 5 show the location of that phone at the precise time. It corresponds with the video of the homicide in this case. We're asking to find over on all of
I would object to bind over as relates to count 1. First, the people have not shown any evidence or elements of premeditation. In addition to that, the video did not identify the defendant as being the person in the car at the time. The only time the defendant was seen with the car was after the incident had occurred. There's no evidence to show that he was the same person who was seen in the video. So at most, they have established successful after the fact. They certainly have established premeditation. So I would
The argument as to the added charge of felony murder?
Your Honor, they can't establish, since they haven't really established that he is the person that was in the car or took the car. I mean, granted, he was in possession of the car afterwards, but they haven't established whether or not he was given permission or he was instructed to pick up the car or anything. So I would object to that.
All right, as we all know that evidence can be direct evidence or it can be circumstantial evidence. This is one of those instances where we have strong circumstantial evidence that the defendant is the perpetrator of this crime. Not only do we have the defendant's phone at the location at the precise moment when this horrible act was done to Ms. Smart, but then we have the defendant in the vehicle. This apparently has blood in the vehicle. And when confronted at, I think it was a gas station or store, whichever it was, the defendant, it suggests to the court, try to hide the phone as well as the keys to the vehicle. You have strong circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence doesn't mean that it's bad evidence. It's just evidence to lead to other facts that would suggest that he is the perpetrator of this crime. Court is satisfied that people have met their burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint 1, as well as the added charge of felony murder. Court finding those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. Court finding probable cause to believe this defendant committed them. Will bind the defendant over to Wayne County 3rd Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. His arraignment on the information date and time will be September 21st, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Defendant will be remanded to the custody of the Wayne County Sheriff.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
But they will be okay.
Oh, my. August 31st at 9 o'clock, I'm sorry. August 31st at 9 o'clock. Then it will be remanded. Thank you.
Come on.
Oh,
I'm sorry, I wasn't even thinking.
Yeah, it's okay. In this case, it's gonna be 1:30 and.
yes.
Judge, do you want a copy of the annual report?
No. Don't be cursing at me. I still have contempt powers, you know.
Go green, go white, you said, Your Honor?
That's right, all day, all night.
All the way over in the corner, Madam Prosecutor.
You know you love the Spartans. You just fake. Yes, you are. The Spartans. See?
Not as good as you can. As long as you don't like Ohio State, that's where I draw the absolute line.
Look at the Buccaneers,
Buckeye.
Buckeyes.
That's B as in boy, 75316, B as in boy.
That's correct. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Thank you as well.
Thanks, John. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take lunch until 1:30, guys.
Okay.
My cousin, I can tell you my was planning the murder.
Madam Counsel, you can talk to him downstairs if you need be. I'd like to go on break. I apologize. Thank you. Have a great day. Here's your pen. Oh, thank you. I normally don't give them, so if you see me, I give you a pencil, okay? Okay. Yeah, there's no video like this. Oh, yes. Oh, nobody didn't stay. I'm safety and security. Yes, that's how you want this room. This is ready. You start your plan already? Dance for the people, because they watching you.
I apologize, Judge, I want to grab the. Oh, no, you're good. So it looks like I'm not supposed to guys. Okay, I'm going to talk to you. Yeah, I want to. Where you go? Mr. Sinclair, we need you again. Yes, sir. I knew you had another one this afternoon, but sure. So I'm going to. I mean, it's just, I saw the same. I have to say that. But it's, I'm just making sure, but otherwise I will not. So I have yes.
The mics have been.
Nino Red.
Ready, Judge?
Yeah, I need to see Mr. Red. Also, let's have Mr. Poole step in.
I have Mr. Poole, Judge.
Okay.
So the red. Judge, where do you want Mr. Poole at?
How you doing, Mr. Poole?
I'm doing great, sir. What about you, Your Honor?
Good. Thank you so much for being time. Appreciate that.
No.
So I don't know if you've heard the grapevine or not, but I'm happy to adjourn this matter because I have some other questions going on.
Okay.
Sorry to inconvenience you and wasting your time coming down here. I just want to make sure that we're still on the same page. We're going to show up on this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Judge, can I approach one more time? Sure.
They said the 19th of September. Yeah, that's it.
So gentlemen, I'm looking at September 7th, anytime of day.
Judge, could we do the afternoon if that's okay with Mr. Sinclair?
Okay, that's September 7th at 1:30.
Yes, please, Judge.
All right, you guys will be given priority. I don't care what's going on.
I told the other judge, I was like, listen, I ain't coming. Judge King has requested my privilege.
Okay. So, Mr. Poole.
Yes, sir.
September 7th at 1:30. Need you here a little earlier than 1:30 so we can go get ready to go.
Yeah, I know how to run that.
All right, appreciate it.
Yes,
Have a good day, sir. Be safe.
You want me to bring him out real quick? Yes. He's, no, this is gonna be real quick, it's gonna be adjournment, come on. What's that next to your turn?
Calling case 3-58002. People of the state of Michigan versus Nino Denzel Wesley Red. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 weapons, firearms, possession by felon. Count 3 and 4 felony firearm. Defendant has an additional offender second offense case. Appearances for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. My name is James Kehoe and my number is 82812. Yeah.
And good afternoon, Judge. I'm Christopher Sinclair, B 80512, here with on behalf of Mr. Red, the present state.
Tell me your name for the record, sir.
Lino Giselle Wesley Red.
All right, today's the date time, step through your examination. I have a little bit of the back of your suggestion, if you will. So the court is going to have to adjourn this matter. We're going to adjourn it to September 7th at 1:30. That's agreed as one time by both parties. Is that right?
Yes,
Right, and we confirmed with Mr. Ford.
Okay, final be continued. Thank you.
and Judge, Mr. Red is asking if I can respond in this matter. They said that we had right now, but I guess I'll review my argument that I made in the probable cause conference. And so it will report those now. Some of the opposition to bond that was placed on the record at that time is no longer in place. Just as a brief summary, there was no identification of Mr. Red as an individual. There's no identification of Mr. Red in the lineup that was presented to the witness that was just here in the courtroom. There's issues with the type of car that was seen on the video at the location of the shooting. And like I said, there's not sufficient evidence for this. My argument to place Mr. Ray at the time, that location at the time of shooting, and place him as the person before the trigger. There's information that's placed on the record that there were ballistics tests that were conducted on a weapon that was found in the apartment in which Mr. Ray was located at the time of his arrest. But after I got the discovery, I found that the officers picked up the weapon and took it to do ballistics testing, but it was found that that weapon did not shoot. So there is no ballistics testing or ballistics results that placed that weapon in Mr. Ray's hand or placed it at the scene.
So how do we have Mr. Ray charged here?
Well, Judge said, so that there's a correction to be made because the Niven test confirmed preliminarily that the shell casings were fired from that gun. There was not a match to other casings on other cases, which is the purpose of Niven investigatory data. So I would disagree with that characterization because no, that's not what the Niven report said.
So my characterization is accurate because I say there's no ballistics test. And to the court's point, there's a video that shows the officers gathering, trying to figure out what type of vehicle was shown at the scene. And again, to answer the court's question directly, there's a vehicle that Mr. Ray was driving, and it's using one of those license plate readers. It was seen like 4 hours after the shooting happened. It was seen like the day before the situation happened. So to the best of what I could ascertain after looking at all of those videos that I talked about last time and reading the paper discovery that I have, that's what they're using to connect Mr. Ray to the situation.
Judge, what's also been left out though is there's a flock camera which takes place at a green light location within a couple blocks of the alleged shooting within 10 minutes of the alleged shooting that matches the same general description of the car that comes back, and we're getting into what's going to be argued. Comes back to the defendant's girlfriend, who's the registered DC on the car, Judge, whom everything was found at her apartment. The car, the gun, and the burnt clothing. So again, Judge, this is all going to the certain state.
The gun, the car, and what kind of clothing?
Burnt clothing, Judge.
Burnt clothing?
Yes, Judge.
So there was a fire here?
It's not a part of the case, Judge. I have information to show that the burnt clothing that was at that apartment was burnt long before this situation ever took place. And like the camera that Mr. Keo was referring to, I haven't seen any pictures in the paper discovery, and I haven't seen any videos in all those videos that I reviewed that support that statement that you just made.
So, Mr. Kehoe, you're saying the car that's associated with somehow at the location of the alleged murder around 10 minutes? 10 minutes is a long time.
At the green light, but it's, well, Judge, but it's a car consistent with a car that's been leased by the defendant's girlfriend, who we have the lease paperwork that has her name on it. He admits, again, this is all for purposes of bond only, that he was the sole person driving that car, and that he was in the area, although naturally he declines to say that he was the shooter in this case, but he was in the area during relevant time periods. The gun matches on Niven preliminarily. So it's a circumstantial case, Judge. But there's also a statement by Mr. Poole where he talks about certain tattoos that were consistent with those that are on Mr. Nino Red. So again, Judge.
And Judge, the green light video showed like this situation happened at the nighttime. The video that I've seen, it shows green light video in the daytime at a gas station, and it shows Mr. Red in that vehicle, and it does show that it was leased to Mr. Red's girlfriend. My issue is there's a lack of a nexus between that video and the actual shooting scene situation. And you can see and hear the officers on their body camera. They're like, well, I think it's a minivan. I think it's a assumed minivan. No, that's a BMW. No, it's a Tesla. No, it's a Mustang. So there's some serious issues in this case that would have to be overcome if Mr. Ray would be convicted on the situation.
I think both of you have known me long enough to know that if it's there, it's there. If it's not, I have no issue doing what I have to do.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna have to see. And with that being the case, I'm going to err on the side of caution. Revisit the issue again at preliminary examination. Yes, okay. So I'll continue for right now. Thank you, Judge.
So, what about me?
Come on.
Okay, let's have
I appreciate
Mr. Martin.
Yeah.
Come on. Yes, sir. You will sit to the left of your turn. Stand up first. Next door.
Calling case 2356117, people of the state of Michigan versus defendant number 2, Charlie LaVille Martin. Defendant is charged.
This is the Marion Hargrove.
Well, this is Mr. Hargrove, I'm sorry. Defendant number 1, Marion Hargrove. Defendant is charged with count 1 homicide, murder, second degree. Count 2, felony firearm. Count 3, assault with dangerous weapon. Count 4, felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, may it please the Senate report, APA Jonathan Pitts, appearing on behalf of people, P8528.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Please report, Kenneth, Neighborhood Defender Services, P59167 on behalf of Mr. Hargrove.
There's a time set for preliminary examination. Are we ready to proceed?
The people are, Your Honor.
Judge, the defense, for the record, I know we had a sidebar conversation. We'll be making a motion for a brief adjournment as we were taken by surprise, as my understanding is a witness is being offered immunity for the preliminary examination, which takes us by surprise, and we would like the opportunity to properly.
Judge, if I may, that Ms. Michon was here for the probable cause conference where I asked the board to appoint an attorney for that witness. I didn't state explicitly that I'd be petitioning for immunity for that witness as far as I recall, but nonetheless, that should have been the expectation here, given that I did ask for an attorney to be appointed at probable cause conference. And she's a key witness in this case, and that she was in the car with the defendant at the time they arrived at the location of this alleged homicide, and then left the location of the alleged homicide in that same car with the defendant. So she's an absolutely critical witness. It should be no surprise to the defense that she made.
I take that you have received discovery in this matter, which this witness is all throughout that discovery.
That witness made a statement to the police, which I think was false originally. The statement was she was going to be taking the fifth. I take it as surprise because, quite frankly, the court recalls the co-defendant held the preliminary examination and one witness was produced. That witness is going to be produced again today. And at that time, Ms. Fox's attorney was not here for them to go through any sort of a discussion as to whether or not she would be taking the fifth or had a legitimate right to take the fifth. And I believe that was what was happening today. She was going to be advised that the attorney was going to be properly informed as to what the issues were in the case. And that young attorney just met with that woman not 10 minutes ago today, Judge. And
so that young attorney's role, as I understand, the court appointed him to represent her as it relates to letting her know the consequences of testifying falsely.
Yes, but if it were, quite frankly, if I was being assigned it, I would want to at least review the discovery, at least as it related to what she said. He's never been even provided that opportunity. Though he can, that's his bar card. Mine is safe because I'm making a motion to adjourn because I was not given notice that she was going to be given use immunity and testifying today.
Yes, Judge.
We move to sequester, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, some order to log off at this time. Also, I don't think there are any witnesses in the courtroom. There aren't witnesses in the courtroom. Are there witnesses? Preliminary matters like,
I would ask for an exception to that sequestration order for the officer in charge. He's not going to be testifying. This is the actual enforcement testifying.
any objection?
None.
With that, the people would move for the admission. People's proposed exhibit 1, it's a copy of a report from the Office of the Wayne County Medical Examiner for Jonathan Wade, any case number 23-03656. It's admissible under MCL 766.11B, subparagraph 1.
Agree. We would ask you to include the toxicology report.
Admitted in this entirety.
Separate report, I didn't bring the toxicology report, but I have no objection to this.
I'll email it to the court judge. I can do that.
Call that defense exhibit A.
That's
just for
fine.
purposes of the record. Permission to approach and publish
Yes.
portion.
Sure.
People's exhibit 1 indicates that it's the report of Omar Reyes regarding the postmortem examination performed on the body of Jonathan Wade on March 21st, 2023. It's Dr. Reyes' opinion that death was caused by multiple gunshot wounds. He goes on to explain the decedent was a 32-year-old black male who was conveyed to the hospital with multiple gunshot wounds. He was pronounced at 1534 hours on March 20th, 2023. Postmortem examination revealed 3 gunshot wounds on the body, chest, right thigh, left thigh. There was no soot or gunpowder stippling noted on the skin surrounding any of the wounds. Just skipping a portion from the record. The gunshot wounds are arbitrarily numbered for ease of description and do not reflect the sequence of firing. There was a penetrating gunshot wound to the chest, GSW1. Entrance gunshot wound on the right upper chest. The wound track proceeded from this injury to the right clavicle, right interior ribs 1 and 2, upper lobe of the right lung, and right posterior 4th rib. Associated with this wound was 1,300 milliliters of blood within the right thoracic cavity. The wound track was from front to back and slightly downward, and the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. A well-preserved jacketed bullet was recovered from the right back of the tank. Tangential gunshot wound to the right thigh, gunshot wound 2. There was a tangential gunshot wound on the right lateral thigh. There was no soot or gunpowder stippling noted on the skin surrounding this wound. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the superficial soft tissue on the right thigh. Associated with this wound were abrasions and lacerations of various shapes and sizes on the dorsal surfaces, right hand, right thumb, consistent pseudostim. The wound track was from front to back, and the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. There was no bullet, no part of a bullet recovered from the wound track. Perforating gunshot wound to the left thigh. There was an entrance gunshot wound on the left medial thigh. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the soft tissue and musculature of the left thigh. There was an exit gunshot wound on the left posterior thigh. The wound track was from front to back, right to left, and moderately upward, and the body is in the standard anatomical position. There was no bullet, part of a bullet in front of the wound track. Additionally, there were abrasions on the left eyelid, on the left eye, and anterior neck, the manner of death is unknown. And with that, Judge, I would ask to call Charles Hargrove to the stand.
I remember this case. Is your other witness Bogues?
Yep.
Yes, Judge.
I remember this. Why do you need to call Bogues?
Judge, as I mentioned, I think she's a credible witness, and I want to hear what she has to say.
Because he wants to track her in her testimony under oath without any notice.
It's so critical that. Come on in, sir. She reviewed it the first time. Sir, please give your name and spelling to the young lady seated over here.
What's your last name?
Please raise your right hand, sir. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box right next to me. What's up, nice and mild. Speaking to the microphone is to your left, okay? And when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge, and I apologize for that log in. There's a video here, but I will try to do that as I progress through. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name again for the record?
Charles Hargrove.
And are you employed, Mr. Hargrove?
No, sir.
You know it was Jonathan Wade?
Yes, that's my friend.
How long did you know Mr. Wade?
A couple of years.
What about a Jatoya Fox? Do you know her?
Yes, that's my friend.
Do you know her by any of their names?
Bubbles. Bubbles. Bubbles.
And how long have you known this Fox?
Maybe like 2 years.
And what about a Demarion Harbor?
That's my son.
Am I saying that correctly?
Demarion Hargrove.
Demarion. So you've known him his entire life as your son?
Yes.
And you see that individual in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Where is he?
Sitting to the right of him.
So that would be to my left.
Yes.
And could you describe something that he's wearing?
A Green County outfit.
Judge will stipulate he knows his son. Not a problem.
Thank you. What about a Charlie Martin? You know who that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
That's right.
Do you know him by any other names?
CJ.
Did you see Mr. Wade on March 20th of 2023?
Yes.
Where?
He was in my house.
Is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes.
Is that in Wayne County?
Yes.
What are the approximate cross streets?
Whittier.
What's the name of the street?
Oh, Roxbury.
Roxbury. And what were you doing that day?
We was just hanging out, chilling, watching TV, listening to music.
Did you drink any alcohol on that day?
During it, yes, we had just got some, we had just left the liquor store.
What about any other intoxicating substances, drugs, or anything?
Smoking marijuana.
Anything else?
No.
And were you and Mr. Wade both doing those things?
Yes.
What about Miss Fox? Did you see her on that day?
Later, like before the incident, yes, the night before the incident.
Okay, why don't we back up to the night before the incident? Can you tell me what were the circumstances the last time you saw Miss Fox?
She came over, she had some Nike outfits she was bringing me one. Air fryer.
Sure. What was the approximate time when you last saw her?
It's about 12:30 and 1 o'clock at night.
So this is like the early morning hours of March 20th?
Yes.
And where did you see her?
My house.
How did she leave?
Her car.
Could you describe her car?
Black Impala.
Did you attempt to contact Miss Fox that day?
Later that day, she had to give me the outfit.
Approximately what time was this?
Say about 12:30, between 12:30 and 2 o'clock.
Okay. And how did you contact?
Called her phone.
And what happened when you called her?
We talked for a minute and then CJ snatched the phone, talking crazy.
What do you mean talking crazy?
Talking about like, it's my girl, quit calling her phone, all type of crazy stuff.
Did you hear anyone else's voice at that time?
I came up just in Miami's, bubbles.
What about, Mr. Hartsoner's son?
I called his phone.
And what did he say?
He had our little words and I told him to pull up.
What did you mean by that? Pull up.
Like, me and him, that's my son, like, pull up, I don't want to talk over the phone.
Did you ever attempt to FaceTime anyone?
With, Miss Fox.
And did she answer that?
Yes.
What happened during the course of that FaceTime?
He snatched the phone again, and him and Marianne was flashing on
Let me stop. You said he snatched the phone. Who are you referring to?
CJ.
And you said CJ and Marianne were flashing guns?
Yes.
What type of guns could you see?
CJ had a Draco, Marianne had a 40 cal.
Do you recall anything that was being said at that time?
Can you repeat that?
Do you recall anything that either of them were saying at that time?
I mean, it was a lot of commotion. CJ just kept waving the gun like, yeah, you know what it is, I dropped you.
And was that around the same time as your phone call, or was there time?
It was like all in the midst of that time, 12, 2 o'clock, 12:30, 2 o'clock.
Okay, did you eventually see them in person later that time?
Yeah, I say about 30 minutes to an hour later, they pulled up.
When you say they pulled up, who specifically?
Marianne, CJ, and Miss Fox.
How did they pull up?
And he's a black and white.
Do you remember where everyone was seated in the vehicle?
CJ was driving, Marianne was in the back passenger, Bogus was in the passenger.
Okay, what happened when,
I ran up to approach the car and asked her why she let them drive the car over here. And my son jumped out shooting. And CJ jumped out with the gun. I'm like, wow, like, what y'all come over here on that one?
okay, so you said Demarion and CJ both jumped out with guns?
Yes,
What type of guns?
the 40 and the Draco.
And who had which one?
My son had the 40, and CJ had the Draco.
And I think you just said something about shots being fired, or what did you mean?
My son jumped out shooting
Where was he shooting?
in the air.
Okay. What happened after they got out of the car?
I was trying to approach Jatoya, and CJ put the gun on the car, like, don't touch it. I'm like, oh, you gonna shoot me for it? He was like, what, you wanna fight? I said, come on. He set the gun down and we fought.
When you fought, how did that exactly work? Who threw the first punch?
It was like a combined, like, both swung, but I landed first.
And what happened next?
He was fighting, we hit the ground. Can't remember much of what went on. My son kicked me. I got really mad, jumped up and swung on him.
What else did your son do during that altercation?
It was still a touchy shot again. He put the gun in my face.
Did he say anything?
Bitch, I should shoot you in your face. I smacked the gun down and put it back in my face. That's when Jatoya jumped up and grabbed his head.
And what happened next?
I just heard he got a pole and he got to shoot it. I looked over like, why is y'all shooting?
You said, I heard he got pulled. Who said that?
My son screamed out, he got a pole. And I heard Jonathan saying, Demarion, chill out, that's your dick.
And how fast between the chill out, that's your daddy comment, and the shots being fired? Like how much
It
time
was like seconds apart, like 16 seconds to get a time.
Did you see who was shooting?
You know, I could tell who was shooting from the first shot. Demarion shot first and CJ ended shoot.
So they both were firing shots?
Yes,
Where were they shooting? Can you tell what direction?
towards Jonathan.
I believe we have a stipulation of the admission of People's Exhibit 2, which was admitted at the prior exam.
Agreed.
Permission to publish People's Exhibit 2. Admitted. Okay, I put People's Exhibit 2 up on the screen. It's at the 0-second mark. Mr. Hargrove, do you recognize this area?
Yes, that's my house.
What about that white vehicle? Do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, that's the car we sit in.
When you say we, where are you referring to?
Me and Jonathan. So, yeah, that's it.
Is Joe Joseph Houston?
Yes.
All right. I am going to play the video from that same mark, the 0-second. Okay, I stopped the video at the 11-second mark. Somebody got out of that vehicle. Did you recognize who that was?
Yes, that's me.
Okay, I'm going to replay the video from the 11. Actually, I'm going to leave it at that point. That vehicle that just passed by in the street, do you recognize that vehicle?
Yes, that's the Toyota car.
I'm going to play it from the 11-second. Can you just explain for the record who just got out of that black car that you identified?
CJ DeMariana Detroit.
And what's something that Jatoya is wearing in this video? Just so we know.
Green.
Yeah, I'm going to replay it from the 39 seconds. Yeah, I stopped it at the 45-second mark. The person that's furthest right on the shot. Do you know who that is?
That's Jonathan approaching.
That's the entirety of the video. I believe we also have a stipulation of the admission of People's Proposed Exhibit 3, which is admitted in the prior exam.
Yes.
Thank you. Move for its admission and. And just for the record, I'm playing this from the 0-second mark. Okay, I've stopped at the 13-second mark. Could you see what your son was doing in this? In that clip?
Pointing the gun at me saying I'll blow you.
Yeah, I'm going to replay it from the 13th second. Stop to the 54-second mark. Sorry, you had a question. Did Mr. Wade say anything to you at the time then?
Say he shot.
I believe we also have a stipulation of the admission of People's Exhibit 4, which is admitted at the fire exam. I move for its admission.
Agreed.
Admitted. And I played People's Exhibit 4 from the 0-second mark, 5-second mark. In this video, did you recognize that figure that's walking towards the black car? You need to play it again, I understand.
I think that's me standing behind the car.
And the figure standing by the driver's side.
That's CJ standing in the driver's door.
And you know where your son was at this point?
That's him in the back of the car.
You're gonna play it in 5 seconds. I'll stop at the 1-minute, 9-second mark. Do you remember where your son would be in this shot?
He's shooting in there right now.
Gonna replay from that mark.
See, they got right to the house. That white guy.
Yeah, stop at the 1-minute, 45-second mark. During the entire time from when your son arrived to when your son left, did you have a gun?
No,
Did you have any other type of weapon?
no,
So you mentioned punches being thrown. Did you throw any kicks?
no, the Marion kicked me.
Did you ever directly strike your son?
Yes.
What type of a strike?
After I got up the ground, I swung in, they fell against the gate, pulled the gun back out, and started shooting.
So a punch?
Yes,
Did you ever see Mr. Wade with a weapon?
no, I never knew what was going on at that time. I jumped up like, what y'all shooting for?
I have no further questions. Cross examine.
Yeah. Judge, I was logging on to Zoom if you don't mind. you need a minute? I know this must be, so incredibly difficult for you. You're testifying against your son, and I know John was, I think, your best friend, right? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I need to understand, and forgive me, sometimes I get lost in the lingo. Did you say that at some point, Demarion says he got a pull?
Yes.
And I am so sorry, I don't know what that means, friend.
Basically saying like he got a gun on him. That's what they call a pole, street lingo.
And that has nothing to do with you, right?
No.
And you don't know what he was referencing.
No, I just heard him say he got a pole.
And by a pole, he's saying at least somebody has a gun, right?
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood that. And he said that before, forgive me, sort of the barrage of bullets went towards John. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and I'm so sorry because this just seems also very silly to me.
It is.
Because CJ was in a relationship with Bubbles, correct?
I guess they started one of them.
So you were not aware?
No, it was some sneaky behind the back stuff, I guess.
Okay, well, that's interesting. And forgive me, are you interested in Bubbles? I'm still trying to figure stuff out.
She was a friend at the time. She was somebody I was dealing with at the time.
And when you say dealing with, did you want to have a dating relationship with Bubbles?
No, we were just friends, just doing dating stuff.
Okay, but you and your friends were friends with CJ, right?
Yes.
And when you say some behind the back stuff, I don't know what that means. Does that
Sneaking around.
Okay, and by sneaking around, you mean they didn't tell you?
Right, man, like why is they sneaking around and get mad and do all that outrageous stuff? It was like, for what?
Okay, and so you said sometime between 12:30 and 2, a myriad of phone calls were made, right?
Yes.
And the first call you made was to Bubbles, yes?
Yes.
And that was to figure out about the tracksuit and air fryer?
Yes.
Okay. And CJ hopped on the line, right?
Yes.
And wasn't real happy with you, Paul.
No.
And made that known. Fair?
That's what made me think about the other y'all sneaking around and a bunch of words were said.
Now, how long have you known CJ?
A few years.
Would you say he was intoxicated at the time of that conversation?
Yes, I can. It was probably out marijuana, but I don't know about drunk, intoxicated.
But not acting in character, is that
No,
fair?
it wasn't in character. It was shocking to me.
Okay. And so obviously there was something going on with CJ that you were completely baffled by. Fair?
Right.
Okay. And then after that, do you call your son? Or is it the FaceTime that's next? Forgive me.
It was a FaceTime.
Okay. And
I called my son after the FaceTime.
okay.
Like, y'all all over there, like all y'all together. Like, yeah, wow, what up? And we want to go from there. And yeah, I could call. That's when I called back. And me and CJ got the word. It was flashing the gun.
Okay, let me slow you. Gave us a lot there to unpack. Now, when you talked to your son, did you know he was over with CJ and Bubbles at the time?
At the time, I didn't until I heard them in the background. And I'm like, oh, all y'all together.
Okay, and when was the last time you saw your son prior to that?
Like 2 days before that.
Okay, did he, and forgive me, I don't know, did he grow up with you or did he grow up with his mom?
His mom, she was deceased.
I'm so sorry, goodness. Well, tragic.
Yeah.
And so you said on direct that you and your son, let me just make sure I got it right, you had words.
Yes.
Were you not happy that he was hanging with CJ and Bubbles?
I wasn't happy because we was already had a fallout. It ain't had nothing to do with Bubbles. It was just the fact that he knew something going on and we already had disagreements. So it was like, come holler at me, I want to talk to you.
Okay.
Just like we had news and fallouts. And I always tell him, come talk to me.
Okay, so and I don't want to put any words in your mouth. Is it fair to say that you didn't exactly have the best relationship with your son?
No, it wasn't great, but it wasn't for this, that.
Kurt. Now, you said, and again, don't want to put any words. I think you said, well, come on, pull up.
I said that to CJ.
To CJ, okay. And when you say, and again, sorry.
No, let me rephrase that. I told the Marion pull up at the top. CJ, when he started passing the gun, I told him, pull up, you know where I'm at.
Okay, now.
I practically told both of them to pull up. Like, one time it was the Marion pull up, and CJ got the threat and talking about, I dropped shit. That's when I said, you know where I'm at, pull up.
Okay, and so, and again, forgive me. Again, the lingo, I just want to make sure I'm understanding. When you say pull up, are you willing to, at that point, are you thinking a fist fight?
Like, argument, I ain't think it was really going no gunplay or nothing.
Understood.
That was the last thing on my mind.
Okay, because what, when I'm looking at the video, you sort of took your jacket off and hustled on over there, so you were prepared at least for a fist fight, or I don't want to talk over you, but sort of you were willing to both throw a few, take a few. Okay.
Like fighting out, like, yeah, right. I didn't get shocked when you see him with the gun.
Understood. Now, you said that, and forget, do you know, are you familiar with guns?
I mean, I'm familiar with, I don't know them like that.
You're not a collector,
right.
but you've seen a fair share.
Kind of them.
Okay.
What kind is what?
So you've seen a fair share, is that?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what caliber a Draco is?
You call it 223, but automatic rifle.
Okay. And then the 40 cal is obviously.
That's a handgun.
Okay. Now. Obviously, things took a turn, and a fight ensues. When you walk up, strike that. I'm so sorry. Need to back up a bit. You and John and Joe are in the white car, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're just hanging, right?
We sitting there talking about what happened. I was on the phone with them, and we was going to pull off, and I seen them come. I said, wow, look, they're coming up the street.
Understood.
That's what made me jump out.
Were you guys smoking and drinking in the car?
No, we was just starting. Like, we just scared, like, we was just gonna start. We was like, all that happened. We just opened the bomb and told us a couple stuff.
So did those phone calls happen when you were in that car?
No, Joe wasn't there when it happened.
Okay. So you guys head out to the car, hang out in the car for a bit.
Yes.
And it just so happens that the black car pulls up.
Yes.
And again, forgive me, I was taken back. Were you surprised that CJ was driving the Impala?
Yes, and no, because it was like, I know what was going on. It was just a surprise that they pulled up like that.
Okay, because I thought you told us that you were kind of upset, like, why on earth is he driving the car?
Like, I'm confronted, like, that's what I was bringing up, like, why you got him pulling up over in your car?
Okay. And
the only
so,
surprise was the gun.
Understood. And so when you kind of head in their direction and take that jacket off, prepared if needs be for that fist fight, you, and correct me if I'm wrong, you sort of head over to the passenger side. Right?
Just what I was saying, yes.
Okay. And do you, and I don't want to put words, do you attempt to get her out of the vehicle?
Yes, I reached to try to grab her, and that's when CJ pulled the gun. I'm like, nigga, that's not the word, you know?
Yes. And does CJ discharge a weapon at that time?
No, he never fired. It was Marion fired.
Okay.
No,
and you said that there was, after everybody gets out of the car, there are 2 shots from Demarion in the air, right?
Yes.
So obviously at that point, he's not trying to hurt anybody. You
trying
and
to scare her, I guess.
So at that point, kind of you and CJ are kind of
like
wrapped up in a fight.
Yeah.
And that's when your son fires 2 in the air. correct?
At that time, yeah.
Okay, just making sure I got it straight. And then more fisticuffs happen and more tussling, right?
Yes.
And then he says he got a pull. And then the shots from both gentlemen head towards John, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I know the last time you did testify previously, right?
Mhm.
Now, is that a yes, dear?
Yes.
No worries, you're not a professional. You had testified that John came, do you even remember where John was coming from?
I'm looking at the video, he back and forth from the car to the house.
Okay, so do you remember that or do you remember it from seeing it in the video?
Just seeing it in the video.
Okay, just so I know, because I suspect everything was happening so very quickly.
Yes.
Okay, so you saw in the video where John goes to the house, right? Is that it?
Yes. Sorry.
You're fine, no worries. And did you see that somebody was on the other side of that door?
At that moment, I couldn't really tell if it was screen up.
I can only do my best. Let me see what I can accomplish for you. May I screen share?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, good. Oh, I gotta do that. That's happy. 2 seconds for me, my friend. Okay, so this is the second video, so that would be.
No.
Oh, you're absolutely correct. I apologize. And so, all. Now, I'm gonna stop the video here at 7:17. The gentleman crossing the road, that's gonna be John, right?
That's Jonathan, yes.
Okay. I'm so sorry, is it Jonathan or John?
Jonathan, but we call him John.
Okay, I just didn't want to put that. And starting again at 17. Am I correct in saying, if you're looking up at the top by the door, did you see somebody sort of peek their little head out?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, do you know who that might have been?
It was quite a few people there. So I don't know who was that in the door.
Understood.
Just for the record, I don't have a problem with her using this video. It looks like it's a very accurate copy of People's Exhibit 3, but I would just note that there's no sound playing. The sound doesn't share the sound in this video. It's just one.
Cheers. I had it back out.
Yeah, it's fine.
Or if yours is still up, play yours. How's that?
It's sweet.
Cheers. We'll start. So we're starting at 05. So Jonathan runs back over, somebody's on the porch. Now, stopping at 022. You don't, obviously, at the time, too many things are going on for you to know if anything was exchanged at the door, fair?
I didn't know who he was saying I had to pull.
Understood. And so, because you're busy, you're not really paying attention, but you can see in the video, at least something is happening on the porch. Is that fair to say?
Right, yes.
I'm starting again. And stopping at 125. when Jonathan steps off the porch, he's kind of in a bit of a hustle, is that fair? And he's heading towards the fray. Okay. Now, I know the last time you testified, friend, you had indicated that you thought Jonathan was coming to break up the fight. Is that fair?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you would agree with me that that is your point of view, fair?
Yes.
From others' point of view, you would agree with me, it could look like Jonathan's trying to join the fray.
Objection, Judge. She's asking to testify what others' point of view might be.
Sustain.
Would you agree with me there is a possibility of a different point of view?
Objection, Judge. Same objection.
I get the point in this, Ms.
Thank you. And so Jonathan's coming that way,
Yes.
correct? And that's when your son said he got a pull.
Yes.
And that's when the barrage of bullets go Jonathan's way. Is that fair?
Yes.
And starting the video. And I don't want to re-traumatize you, I really do. After Jonathan gets shot, starting at 0.25, he gets shot, turns around. And do you see something drop in this video on the sidewalk, sir?
Yes.
Did you see that at the time?
No.
But you do see it in the video, correct?
Yes.
Starting again.
I didn't even know the gun was down. If you look at how I walked right over it.
Absolutely. Just hold that thought, my friend. And everybody gets it back in the black car, drives off.
Yes.
And you're coming back over, not realizing I'm
Who shot? Like who? Because they say, is he shot? I'm like, who shot? That's when I hear him on the person and they shot.
So you don't even realize that Jonathan is shot until
Until
you
I
start
get to the
walking back
porch.
over. When you're walking back over, friend, and I'm just starting it at 0.48, you sort of walk right over the area where that gun was dropped. Did you see it at that point?
No.
Understood. And stopping at 0.52. The gentleman that just entered that frame, is that Joe?
No, that's my cousin Lucci.
That's your cousin Lucci. And starting again at 0.52. Do you see Lucci bend down right where that gun was?
Yes.
Do you know if he picked up that gun?
Yes, he picked it up and threw it in the what's it called, barbecue grill on the side of the house.
I appreciate that. I know prosecution asked you if you were carrying a gun that day. And you didn't get that.
No.
Do you normally carry a weapon?
No.
Has your son ever seen you with a weapon?
Yes.
And is that weapon a gun?
Yes.
Has your son seen you discharge a weapon?
No.
Understood. And I know you were asked this previously, you have been convicted of crime of theft or dishonesty in the past 10 years, that being the
commercial theft,
the chop shop and the receiving and concealing, is that right?
Yes.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, sir. And I'm very, very sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Tell me again why you.
Very careful witness, leave the room. Oh, yeah. Well, Judge, I did want to call her last time that we were here. If you may recall, Jay Grantler was appointed to represent her at that proceeding. Unfortunately, not sure since our court date or something.
I guess what I'm asking for is an offer of proof.
My offer of proof is that you will hear from an individual that was in that vehicle that tells what happened before and after the shooting.
So what I have is I have a gentleman who was in the fray with the defendant as well as a co-defendant. I have a video.
I believe it would be helpful to hear her story, but I understand the court's position.
Helpful to what?
Prosecution.
I mean, in what way? We have been in charge of the second degree murder. Federal crime, right?
Right, if this case were to go to a jury trial, I would expect that she would be testifying at a jury trial. So therefore, I would like to see what the testimony is going to be before I have to do that. For purposes of the exam, I certainly agree that there's probably cost money, but I don't know where based on.
I think it's just gonna make you messy. Ask the people, that's what you want to do.
It's a mess that I'm gonna have to deal with at some point, Judge. I recognize why you did it.
I don't want to be in the mess with that. That's what you want to do.
Okay, well, I think I have to have a discussion with Mr. The attorney that was appointed for Ms. Fox, because we haven't had a chance to talk since we talked to her. Lady's right here, so I'm gonna see if he has any objection to my immunity petition. Okay, Judge, at this time, prior to Ms. Fox's testimony, people will move for use immunity for Ms. Fox for the limited purpose of whatever testimony she offers today, and that testimony may not be used in future proceeding against her. I've already made my record as to why I think important people, everyone else should be able to hear from her. That's detailed in this petition.
Sir, tell me your name, correct?
Dennis Whitey, P79560 on behalf of Ms. Fox.
Raise your right hand. Swear on front and tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You get an opportunity to speak with Ms. Fox.
That is correct, Your Honor.
You have advised her as to the importance of her testimony being truthful while being taken under oath. Is that right?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
You are satisfied that she understands that as well as the consequences of not telling the truth what could happen?
Yes, I advise her that specifically.
All right. Mr. Hicks? No, I'm sorry.
No, it's Mr. Hicks.
Sorry.
It is Mr. Hicks.
It is Mr. Hicks. I get you guys confused.
They are very similar.
They are. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Hicks.
No, you'll be happy to know that it went this way. It usually goes. If you're signing that immunity order, then at this time,
I would like copies.
yeah, and I think it's perfectly appropriate for Ms. Michaud to have a copy of the entire petition.
Get on, please.
Yes, the people call Mr. Toya Fox this thing.
Please raise your right hand, ma'am. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Keep your voice up nice and right here. Okay. Keep your voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that will be to your left. Okay. Okay, game, you ready?
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Ms. Fox.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name again for the record?
Just for me, Ron.
And are you employed?
Yes, I am.
How are you employed?
Move the mic a little closer to your mouth. Please. Thank you.
I work for Case for Officer.
And do you know a Charles Hargrove?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Hargrove?
We have a relation,
And how long have you known him for?
2 years.
And I'm not trying to get into the details of your personal business, but just how would you describe your relationship with him?
He's like we balance each other out.
So a dating relationship?
Yeah.
And you know Damarian?
Yes, I do.
How do you know him?
I call him my stepson. That's Charles' son.
And how long have you known him?
Same amount of time I've known Charles.
Do you see him in courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Where is he seated?
Next to his attorney in the blue, green jumper.
I would ask him to record of like identification. So no. What about a Charlie Mark?
Yes, I do.
How do you know Mr. Mark?
My son's best friend.
Does he go by any other names?
DJ.
And how long have you known Mr. Mark for?
Since December of last year.
Did you see Mr. Charles Hargrove on March 20th of 2023?
Earlier that morning.
So why don't we start there? When you saw him earlier that morning, when was the last time you saw him?
After earlier that morning.
No, earlier in the morning. When was the last time you saw him?
March 19th, that following night.
Okay. And where were you?
At his residence on Asbury.
Is that in the city of Detroit?
Yes, sir.
And is that Wayne County, Michigan?
I believe so.
And you know the nearest cross street to Roxbury, where his house is located?
Houston, Whittier.
And you said that you saw him on the 19th. You remember what time you last saw him?
Yes, I left my house about 7 and reached him about 9 p.m. Left there about like midnight.
And how did you get to his house and his house?
I drive.
What type of car did you drive at that time?
Can't remember if it was my car. I believe it was a 2013 Chevy Impala, black and gray.
What was going on between you and Mr. Hargrove at that time?
That night?
Yeah.
I came over with a bunch of Nike suits. I sell Nike suits. I sold some to his friend. We were upstairs talking together. I said at about 12 midnight-ish.
And did you speak to him again on the 20th?
Yes, I did.
What happened?
That after 12, I think I went back over there about 3, if I'm not mistaken. I was supposed to bring the Nike suit back, but I had bought the wrong size.
You said you went over there about 12? If I'm not mistaken, I'm sorry.
No, I said I left about like midnight, and I went back over there about 3 in the morning, because I was supposed to bring back a Nike suit to sell, but I grabbed the wrong size.
Okay. So did you leave again or what?
Yes.
When's the next time that you either spoke or saw Mr. Hargrove?
He called me on March the 20th and asked me about the Nike suit.
What happened during the course of that?
Let's talk, since we have two Mr. Hargroves, let's specify which one we're talking about.
Thank you, Jen.
Well, I spoke with Charles, and he was asking me about the Nike suit that I was supposed to bring back. I had told him I didn't remember the size, and I had asked him the detail And then he heard his son, Jamari, in the background, and it kind of escalated from there.
What do you mean it escalated? Wow.
He was like something about, that's the Marion in the background or something. The Marion, yeah, that's me. And then Charlie spoke, and that's when Charles was upset, because I guess he didn't know Charlie was there.
That's Mr. Martin that you're referring to?
Correct.
Was there some point when Mr. Martin got on your phone?
The phone was on speaker.
And did you hear either Mr. Martin or Demarion Hargrove make any statements towards Charles Hargrove?
My son was just like he was gonna beat his daddy BA, and Charlie was just like the background person.
Okay, so what does Demarion say? I didn't really understand what you said.
I guess him and his dad had an altercation where something happened. He was telling his dad he was out, and he ain't got nothing to say to him. Then it went from he loved his pops, he went hurt his pops, but he ain't got nothing to say to him. And then, like I said, Charlie was just in the background talking.
Was there ever a FaceTime between the four of you?
Yes.
What time did that happen?
I don't recall, but I believe it was around this time. I mean, not this time, around the time where they were all on the phone.
So,
because it was on speaker, it was on FaceTime.
So, kind of all together, kind of blends together, this conversation?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall anything about that FaceTime?
Yes, they were getting into it. I kept telling my son, that's your daddy, I don't care about none of that. And then, I kept telling him to hang up the phone, kept arguing, going back and forth. I normally leave them to argue because that's father and son. I don't like to get between that. I was in the bathroom getting ready because we were supposed to go to a party and leave that.
So, were you present for the entire FaceTime call, or did you eventually go back? Sorry.
I was back and forth because my daughter was at home, so I still had to care for her. I kept walking back and forth from the room to the bathroom to where my daughter was in the living room.
And at any point during the portions of that conversation that you overheard, did you hear anyone making threats against anyone else?
They both were, Charles.
Sorry, I always say that, they both, did you specify who they?
Yes, Charles Hargrove and Charlie Martin.
So they were making threats back and forth to one another?
Yes, it was like a heated debate, argument.
Did Charlie Martin have anything in his hands during this call?
I think we can't remember what we was doing. I think we was separating the sizes of the Nike things. I know he had several things in his hand.
Did you ever see either Mr. Martin or Demarion Hargrove with a firearm?
Yes.
During the FaceTime call?
No.
So what happens after FaceTime?
Like I said, it hung up, and next thing you know, Mr. Herbert Charles called his cell phone and was like, "Oh, you over at BA Bubbles house? If you and her, when I see both of you, I'm gonna F y'all up." Like I said, he was kind of upset.
Okay. Do you eventually meet up with Mr. Charles Hargrove?
Yes, I was looking to him grabbing me out the car.
Okay. Before, how do you get to
How do you get back to Roxbury?
We had pulled up on, I think it was Spring Garden or whatever. They was just kicking and chilling. I don't know or remember if a phone call was made again, because I don't know how we ended back on Raspberry. I just thought I was waiting outside because there was a lot of men out there. And I was in the car. Next thing you know, I know we was pulling up on Raspberry because of speed bump. That's how I actually knew where we was at. I woke up to the new speed bump. And then
Hold on one second. You used they and me a couple times. Who's in the car?
it's me, my son, me, Demaria, and Charlie.
Okay. And prior to arriving back at the Roxbury house, did you hear either Charlie Martin or Marion Hargrove talk about it?
No, we were actually, when I thought around our way home, it's the same way to get home.
Who was driving it?
Charlie.
Okay. And when you get there, what happens?
When we get there, I said, looking by Mr. Charles Hargrove, trying to choke me out and dragging me out the car. I remember him saying, you pulled up with them B-word, and Mr. Martin was like, don't touch her, don't touch her. And he was like, what you gonna do about it? Well, I'm sorry, Charles was like, what you gonna do about it? You wanna fight about it? And then Charlie and I got to fighting, and I guess it was agreement. I jumped in the middle of Charles' side because Charlie and Demario kind of, I felt like they were jacking him because Demario was kicking him on the ground. So I jumped on top of Charlie.
Okay. So if I could break that down a little bit. You said you felt like Charles Hargrove was choking you out. Can you specify what he was doing?
He did. We pulled up. He was walking across the street. I believe he took off his coat or something. He opened the door, my door, which was the passenger door. And he put his hand around my neck and was choking me, taking me out the car.
Okay, and eventually, what happens with respect?
And then after that, the fight broke out.
If you could just break it down for me, the best of your recollection. He's pulling you out of the car and choking you out.
So like I said once before, after we put me on the car, Charlie was like, don't touch her, don't touch her. He was like, what you gonna do about it, Mr. Charles Hargrove did. And then he was like, you wanna fight about it? And I guess Charlie said yes, or Mr. Hargrove, or just Charles said yes, because I remember they broke out into a fight.
And to you, it appeared like it was a mutual fight between the two of them?
Yes.
And then what did Demarion do when that fight broke out?
Well, I believe Charles was on top of Charlie, which is Mr. Martin. And Demarion went over and kicked his daddy in the head. Or stomped him like that. And I was screaming, stop, stop. And I jumped on top of Charles, which we call Tank. I jumped on top of him. So they were kicking me and stuff.
Okay. And when everyone got to that location, or even just backing up prior to arriving at the location, did you see any firearms, any weapons?
No.
You did not see any firearms?
No.
What about after you got to that location? Did you see any firearms at that point?
Yes, once they jumped out, it was a good bad thing passed or something. And then I guess my son took one and private area.
Okay, when you said there was a book bag being passed, what do you mean? Where was the book bag? Who did it get passed to?
It was in the back seat. And it was either it was being passed to Mr. Martin or Mr. Martin grabbed it out the back seat.
When you say it was being passed, if someone did pass it, it sounds like you're not sure. Who would that?
Once I leave the ground.
And once they got out, what did you see them do with those guns?
I just remember, to be honest, I don't remember who shot first. I just remember that girl shot. I know they were in the air.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
I said, I don't remember who shot first. I just know I heard gunshots in the air.
You said you heard gunshots in the air. How do you know they were in the air?
Well, when I was there, I didn't know, but after watching the videos, I saw the gunshots in the air.
Okay, so from your perspective, setting aside what you might have seen since then, you just heard gunshots?
Correct.
Did you ever see those weapons that you described earlier pointed at anyone?
During the altercation,
Yes, during the altercation.
towards the end,
What happened? What did you see specifically?
all I remember is saying somebody had somebody down from a porch. My son, the Marion was like, he got a pole, and next thing you know, all the guns was aimed at the person who had it.
So you saw a gun in that person that was coming from the porch's hands?
Yes,
Did you ever see Charles Hargrove with a weapon of any kind?
not that day,
I'm asking about during that specific incident.
no.
Did you ever see either Mr. Martin or Demarion Hargrove point a weapon at Charles Hargrove?
That day, no. But
Just
like I
asking
said,
about
when I
that.
saw the video, I saw that there was so much going on.
But you have no reason to dispute that happened?
Objection, that calls for speculation.
I'm asking. During the course of the altercation, did you hear any threats being levied back and forth?
Just I'm gonna beat your A, it was just there.
Who is saying that? Everyone? Who?
Mr. Martin and Mr. Charles Hargrove.
Did you ever hear Demarion Hargrove making threats?
During the altercation, no.
You previously gave a statement to the Detroit Police Department in this matter.
I wouldn't say it was a statement, but, they asked me questions.
Were you completely truthful during the course of that?
No, I told them I didn't know nothing.
And that obviously wasn't true.
True.
One. Just for clarity, when you're talking about that person that came from the porch, did you personally see that individual with a weapon, or are you referencing the video that you watched after the assault?
I actually think that was asked and answered. She said she saw it.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Hello, if I ask you a question that you don't understand, you just flag me down. I'll rephrase it, okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
boards. So can we agree to call, Mr. Martin's, CJ, right? Just so we know we're talking about the same people?
Yes.
Okay, and then, Charles Parker, can we use those two terms? Good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, just making sure. Now, at the time, now I'm understanding that some time has passed between this incident and now. You've now indicated that you were sort of in a, for lack of a better term, a dating relationship with Mr. Charles Harper. Is that accurate?
Yes, he was, what do you call it, sneaky link?
Sneaky. What does that mean?
Sidekick.
It was like
piece.
a side piece, but we ended up catching them.
Ah, okay.
Sorry.
I see, I learn something new every day.
You gotta get with it.
Apparently. So, Charles Hargrove, let's just use the phrase, your piece on the side, yes?
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I hate. Now, since he's the one on the side, is CJ, were you and CJ in a relationship at the time?
No, but me and CJ, we did have a relationship.
Okay. And so that, when I say, were you in a relationship, when you're saying, you had relations, it was more casual than anything.
Yeah, we did. We had intercourse one time.
Understood. Now, when we're talking, remember that whole conversation about phone calls and FaceTime and all that jazz? Okay, is that a yes, dear?
I'm sorry, yes.
You're fine. The first call from Charles Hargrove goes to your phone, correct?
Correct.
Now, is that entire conversation on speakerphone?
Yes, it was a FaceTime call.
Oh, that was the FaceTime call in your memory?
Yes.
Okay. And does CJ sort of grab the phone and they start, pounding on chests and seeing who's is bigger and that sort of thing?
Towards like the middle of the conversation, because the first part of the conversation, he didn't know CJ was there. Charles was just calling about the Nike fit that I kept forgetting.
So is it fair to say neither gentleman knew you were sort of in between?
Yes.
The two of them, fair? Again, no shame. So this is the first kind of each is hearing that they are involved with the same one, fair?
Yes.
Now, you told us you don't remember if there was a phone call to get everybody together on Roxbury, or if you were just headed home, because that's the same direction, right?
Correct, I don't. It's been a minute, I don't remember what it actually was.
Fair. Now, when CJ pulls your car, it is your car, the Impala, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so CJ pulls the car over. And does CJ hop out, or is your first memory Charles coming over?
Charles definitely came over.
Okay, and did you see him, and we just need to be a little more specific, Brent?
Sure.
Because I know time has passed, people have talked, you told us you've watched the video, that sort of thing. So we just need to know if you remember it from that day, or from a conversation, or from the video. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so your first memory is Charles coming over. Did you see him sort of hustle his way on over there and throw that jacket down, or was that from the video?
From the video.
Fair. But you definitely remember him opening up that car door.
Yes.
And laying hands on you.
Yes.
And you said he tried to choke you out. And by that, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'm assuming what you're telling us is he put both hands around your throat.
Yes. And tried to yank me out the car.
And did that restrict your airway? Could you breathe again?
Yeah, I could breathe.
Okay. So you didn't lose consciousness or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
I trust that was an unwanted touching of you by Charles Hargrove. You didn't want him to drag you out by your throat, right?
Oh, no. It wasn't even expected. I didn't know he was gonna act like that.
And CJ then sort of says, and kind of comes to your defense, if that's a fair phrase.
Yes.
And then the two of them kind of get to fight.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see a gun in CJ's hand before the fight?
That day, no.
Understood. And I only want you to tell me about that day, okay? So that day, when CJ exits that car, you do not see a gun in his hand.
Off my memory, no, but on the video.
That's fair, that's fair. You don't see it, but upon reflection, he may have. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm assuming that's because everything is happening so fast, and somebody just laid hands on you.
Yes, and I was arguing with Mr. Hargrove.
Understood. And in that argument, are you saying calm down, breathe, stop this nonsense? What are we saying?
Telling him it's not where you think it was.
Okay, because from your point of view, your feelings had grown for Mr. Charles Hargrove, and now sort of CJ is just the guy you previously had a wrong with.
Yeah, I was really trying to get over Mr. Hargrove. And I tried to move on, but it didn't work out.
Oh, let me pause you for just a second. So at the point when all of this altercation is happening, was Mr. Hargrove sort of the piece on the side, or had he moved on to those feeling heartfelt stuff?
We still have feelings.
But you wanted to break it off.
Yes.
Did you express that to him?
That March 19th, I told him I was seeing somebody else.
Was that in reference? Did you tell him who you were referencing when you said you wanted to break it off?
No, but he referenced it better not be Charlie, it better not be CJ.
Okay. And I'm assuming you were hoping he would find out either.
True.
Because obviously things could jump off because they were friends at the time. Fair.
Fair.
Okay. Now, while the fisticuffs are going on, the fist fight between Charles Hargrove and CJ, that when, and I'm just going to refer to him as your son, okay? Because you obviously have feelings. When your son, my client, fires two in the air, or you don't remember who fired in the air? You just remember hearing it.
Yeah, and I saw the video.
And then you saw the video confirming in your mind, based on your memory, that the person who fired in the air was your son.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know why he fired those two shots in the air?
I would have to only assume that.
No, we don't want you to assume.
Okay.
Did he express why he was firing two shots in the air?
No, nothing was talked about.
Now, after those two shots go in the air, do you remember seeing the man who eventually gets shot running across the street into the house? From your memory, do you remember that?
To be honest, no, I was so focused on the incident from the fight and then calming everybody down. It happened so fast.
And I think you saw that from the video. Do you remember the man who gets shot coming off the porch from your memory?
Yes, I do remember that part.
Okay. And do you remember him being handed a gun? Did you see who handed him a gun?
No, because I was trying to calm my son down at the time.
Understood. So you see the soon-to-be deceased coming off the porch, and you told us that you saw him with that handgun.
Yes, when I saw the video, I realized there was a handgun.
Okay. And you agree with me that the man with the handgun coming off the porch is kind of looking as if he's joining the fray. Was that your impression?
He was coming to Mr. Charles' defense.
Okay. And because he's sort of for lack of a better word, Team Charles, fair?
I would say he was team both because he was telling them, stop this, your daddy, you're not gonna do this and stuff like that.
Okay, but he's saying that he has a handgun in his hand, correct?
From my memory, no, from the video, yes.
Okay, and when he's coming off that porch with that handgun, that is when Demarion says he got a pull.
Yes, I remember them saying.
And when we say he got a pull, that means somebody's got a gun, correct?
Correct.
And then all of the guns, well, the two guns, one Mr. Demarion Hargrove and the other CJ, turn in the direction of the man who has the gun and each fires at that man who's coming at them with the gun. Yes.
Yes, it was aimed towards the heart.
The people firing on him, on the deceased, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I just don't know. When you talked to the police originally, why did you say you didn't know?
To be honest, I never been in trouble before. I was scared, nervous, and then I'm not from Detroit, so I kind of know a little bit about street code. Now it's the first 48. So I just kept saying I didn't want to.
And you're kind of between these two men,
Yes,
and your son is at that scene too.
I'm for sure.
I thank you, ma'am, for your.
Can you read your? Sure.
At the time that you gave that statement to police, is it fair to say that you cared for, we'll call him CJ and Mr. Martin?
Yes, I did.
And did you care for Damari and Hargrove?
Of course.
And do you still care for both of them today?
Yeah,
Do you want to be here today testifying?
not really under these circumstances.
I have no other questions.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down.
I have one. Do you still care, at the time, did you still care for Charles Harper?
Yes, I did.
Did you arrive with him today?
Yes, I did.
Thank you very much. Oh, and did you guys talk about things?
We just talked about a bit of being.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You step down.
Any other witnesses or people?
Not for the people.
Any witnesses or
Not a
people?
At this time, wait for this Fox. The people are going to move for binding over as charged.
The immunity agreement, she doesn't have a copy. Oh, she needs a letter.
And let me give her attorney a copy of the community.
I need you to walk and chew them at the same time. I have a doctor.
Okay. I'm sorry, Judge. So at this time, the people move for bind over on all four counts. I believe the only real argument that can be made here is one of self-defense or defense of others. And there's really claims of self-defense and defense of others that go back and forth on both sides of the equation here. It seems clear to me from the evidence that was presented, regardless of if you believe Ms. Fox's testimony or you take Mr. Charles Hargrove's testimony, that at every moment along the continuum that led to Mr. Wade losing his life, the defendant, I'll just focus on Mario Hargrove, his friend CJ, escalated the situation. They brought guns to this location beyond dispute. They stuck guns in Mr. Charles Hargrove's face as he was engaged in some sort of mutual combat with Charlie Martin. They fired shots in the air at various times, as you can see on the videos that were presented here today. And Mr. Wade responds as, I don't think most of us would, but as any brave friend might, in seeing his friend getting jumped by his son and son's friend, he arms himself, he approaches them and says, hey, stop beating on your daddy, let's end this. Something that he absolutely has the right to do after Mr. Charles Hargrove has had 2 separate guns stuck in his face, shots have been fired in the air. At that point, both the defendant that's before you and Charlie Martin turned and fired multiple shots at the victim. That, of course, is sufficient for second-degree murder, because firing shots in their direction meets any of the 3 elements, any of the 3 problems that intent or second degree. So, based on that, I would ask for a finding of arrest.
Very quickly, Judge, obviously, it's an issue of self-defense, which I appreciate you might not be able to pass it on. However, I do wish to point out to the court that had Mr. Hargrove intended to kill people over there, he certainly could have done so. In fact, he chose to preserve life by firing 2 shots in the air. I would submit, and I think it's clear, to separate both CJ and his father from the fisticuffs they were in. And so I don't like the idea that you're discharging a weapon to get their attention and break them up. However, his intent is not to murder somebody. And I do disagree with prosecution, because the elements of second-degree murder, an intent to kill, an intent to do great bodily harm, or a wanton willful disregard of the reasonable likelihood of your act. We know what his intent was. His intent was to separate everybody. It is not until Mr. Wade comes off that porch and adds an additional gun to that fray, and he says he got a pull. Each witness was very clear that DeMarion knew that Mr. Wade had gone to that house, grabbed a gun when it wasn't necessary. Because in truth, Charles Hargrove was only in danger of minor injuries. It was a fist fight. At times, CJ even put the gun down to have the fist fight. His son kicked him, didn't shoot him, shot in the air. It was Mr. Wade coming off that porch, adding the 3rd gun that escalated the situation. Wade had no right to bring a gun to a fist fight, because it wasn't a gunfight until Wade introduced it. And in doing so, he's the aggressor, not young Mr. Hargrove here. We would ask the court to consider a reduction in the charges. I appreciate self-defense has to go across the street, perhaps, but you still have to pass on what this young man's intent was. And you have to take it in the totality of everything that's been presented. If he wanted to kill somebody, he clearly had the means to do so. He clearly discharged the weapon previously, but he purposely chose not to endanger human life until Wade made him.
Okay, so here's where I'm going. First of all, I take issue with interjecting a gun to begin with, particularly on your father. That's your father. All too often have these young men acting like cowards and bringing guns into the fray to begin with. Had you not had a gun to begin with, then maybe this person, Mr. Wade, may not have been necessary to go and get the gun himself. But I do appreciate the fact that it wasn't until Mr. Wade was running towards you with the gun, he said he has a pole, that's what caused you to start firing. That's what caused you to start shooting. Was you firing that gun reasonable? Were you acting in reasonable self-defense? That's going to be a jury question, not a question for this court. Because a rational trier of fact could find that you created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm in firing that shot in Mr. Wade's direction. Given that Mr. Wade was coming towards you, the gun wasn't pointed at anyone, so far as I can see from the video, that he says, stop hitting your daddy, stop fighting your daddy, or some words to that effect. But you and your co-defendant choose to fire or discharge that weapon in an advanced direction, thereby fatally wounding. Should this matter get to trial, it's going to be an interesting trial. One of the things we have working for you is that you have excellent counsel.
Thank you very much.
She doesn't miss very much. But as far as what your intent was when you went over there, you shouldn't have went over there with a gun, first of all. Second of all, you should have been fighting your father. Tell me you went fighting your father. I saw it. I saw it with my own eyes. Who am I to believe, you or my lying eyes? I'm going to choose my lying eyes this time. I saw you fighting your father over a girl. But we with somebody else, when you're in jail and your dad is on about his business or whatever. While you sit in jail and then another man lost his life. Unfortunately for him, or should I say fortunately, didn't have any dealings with this young lady. Now he's gone. You have to make some better choices around it sometime. Anyway, after all that, the court is satisfied that people have the very probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds there is probable cause to believe that you committed. The court will therefore bind the defendant over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for further proceedings. His arraignment on information date and time will be August 31st, 2023 at 9:00 a.m.
Would the court be gracious enough to order pretrial services reviewed?
I can do that. I will request pretrial services for final recommendation.
Thank you so much, Judge. And a lovely day to you and your staff. I'll talk to you later.
Good time to see you later.
Thank you very much. It'll be fun. There, I want to get a meeting.
Thank you, Judge. I'm sorry about that. I hope you're,
I should be there in plenty of time. I should be good. Yes, have a good day.
Take care.
See you, Judge.
Use.
Piece of paper.
Are they still there? Is that why you're here behind us? Yeah, just give me 1 second. Thank you.
No. Father and CJ and kid just happens to be. Yeah. Not biological. Because she and Charles Harper, first goodness, were together for so long.
Yeah.
That's exactly. So he calls her mom and she calls her. All of that. Very
She was messing around with his son's friend.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
Sorry, I can make it one more time.
There's a lot.
Here, I got you. Give it. You give it here. I got you.
Oh,
What
thank
did
you
she
so much.
call it? She didn't say.
Legally.
That's what they call sneaky.
Don't worry, she'll be
I'm
repeating that.
surprised y'all know what ops is. It took me a long time to figure that out.
What?
Ops,
What's opposite?
like a Kenneth. Ops is
It's opposition.
See, she don't even know. That's what you bragging about that now. Yeah, you is getting up.
But I feel bad for her, because she's in a horrible position, but she sort of put herself there, like literally.
And how do you might not agree with how I handle that?
If I
I expected to go to
pull
church.
up.
No,
He said pull up.
He said he got a.
He got alcohol.
Yeah.
He got alcohol.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh.
P-O-L-E.
P-U-L-L or what? P-O-L-E.
Oh.
I thought you were saying.
So there was discussion about pull up.
Yeah,
But
pull
that was
up.
separate.
Oh, yeah.
I would say, oh, no, that mean he can't.
Yes. That's what he had. Oh, dude.
No.
Yeah, because see, that is not the street.
I ain't know how to leave.
Listen, I'm on Urban Dictionary and
Oh, my
I
God.
don't know what the heck you're saying.
You would change this all the time.
That too. I remember the first time I heard somebody say, I was on some Molly and lean. I'm like,
Oh, what
I
is it?
know Molly, but I'm like, what the fuck is lean?
Syrup and Sprite.
Oh,
When they had those double cups.
Oh, the big spot?
Just kidding.
I'm fine, thank you.
Awesome. Have a great one.
You too.
See you later.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, I just want to be our phone, please. Huh? What you doing? Huh? A towel? It threw up. You dumb man.
The kid did? What?
Seymour, the young man threw up on the stuff too up here. Well, he in the, no, he in the holding cell right here outside the court. Can you do me a favor though? I'm gonna have your, officer, the paperwork on red, but can somebody put your hard paperwork for me? So okay, you got it? 234, but he's ready to go. I'm not gonna leave him until somebody can do it.
So we got sick.
Mhm. That a word. Hold on, come here. You need some water or something?
I gotta let go. That's right. That's what I'll be going here in the morning. You don't want me to do anything for you? You need something? No.
The officer gonna come and get the paperwork.
Okay.
Cause it's gonna be a minute, ain't it? Well, they 500,000 cash surety. And I'll talk to the housekeeping. So.
Yeah, so Israel, he gotta check with y'all,
Supervisor.
boss to set that up.
Yeah, because everybody not present.
I told him, me and Judge King, you can do us anytime.
So the judge ain't, well, the judge wasn't gonna be able to stay anyway.
Yeah, but he can't trust it.
Right, so. Yeah, that's something that has to go through Anika, because that's our supervisor, so. They don't come get this one. You know, y'all got the live and stuff still on.
Oh, just, yeah, I think it's so quick. You know what that means?
Huh?
Your paperwork doesn't have to tell them, right?
Where's Charles Hargrove? Yeah, hello.
You do?
Hello, Seymour said something about picking some paper up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bring it down, she get it together now.
Oh, okay.
No, it has Charles Hargrove name on, but if it's not on there, I can
Okay,
write it down.
paperwork?
Yeah, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
You said what?
Your paperwork don't have tether, right?
No, it says do not have contact with Charles Hargrove.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah,
all it?
that's what I got. Oh, it's bad.
Huh? Trying to get the remote and use. Yeah. It was a sad case though, horrible.